we're going to get understated. We're going to start underway. We will be stating that we're starting. So we will begin. Etu e te karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei Maori ora. So welcome everybody to today's Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. As usual, please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. Just by way of explanation, we have had a lot more people wanting to come and talk to us than had been anticipated, and some people at the last minute indicated that they wanted to speak to us, which has made our timing a little bit longer today, and we actually have another block next Thursday in the afternoon as well. So it's just a case of being aware that this is partly the restriction we've put on ourselves with only wanting to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for any kind of council meeting stuff. So we've actually blocked ourselves into a corner where we have to be here for longer. So we might have to have a conversation around that if people, we're going to be a bit tight for quorum when we get later in the afternoon. So what we'll do now is we'll move on to apologies. So I've got a bit of a list here. I've got Councillor Young for the afternoon, Mayor Foster for the whole day, Deputy Mayor is a partial absence from sort of midday till 2. Councillor Rush, what time are you leaving? 1 p.m. Are you coming back? Okay, and then we've got Councillor Fitzsimons, who's got a couple of absences in the afternoon. Councillor Paul all day, she's on an RMA course. Councillor Condi the afternoon, 3:30, will you come back after? Yep. And Councillor Wolf, you're 3:30, and will you come back once you've finished your meeting? Okay. And have I got everybody? Are there any other apologies? Thank you to those who are staying and have committed to the full day. I appreciate that. So do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Okay, that's carried. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? I'm envisaging there aren't because we're just listening to submissions today. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that the Strategy and Policy Committee approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 28th of October. Having been circulated, and they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rush. So I now put that motion, which has been moved and seconded. Just got a couple of people, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Wolf, I don't know if it's worked. Yep, that's carried. So there are no items not on the agenda, and we're going to get underway, and I'd like to begin by welcoming Sue Gill from Netball Wellington, and Sue is joining us by Zoom. No Maya Sue, thank you for taking the time to korero with us today. Yeah, you've got 10 minutes. And if you want to leave any time for questions within that time, that would be good. Thank you.
Cool. Kia ora koutou katoa. Hopefully you can hear me. I am Sue Gill, and I'm here representing Netball Wellington, and I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to talk to our submission. Look, many times I've been to some planning meetings with the council, and they've talked about a thriving city, a city that's going to offer many things to many people. And, my grave concerns is the sinking lid policy will actually change that thinking here in the Wellington city due to a number of things. Currently, our city has got a fantastic foundation where it offers sport, rec, arts. We provide for groups for new immigrants to the city. We provide the needy, i.e. the shelters and things like that. We've got fantastic public and private schools here in the city, and we've got amazing facilities. These all provide the foundation that we are wanting for our Wellington city, and that's a vibrant city that people want to come to and be part of, long-term and short-term. We believe that, and I know that the sinking lid policy is not about something that's going to happen tomorrow. It's about in the future that when facilities close down, that those machines won't be moved to other facilities. But in this current environment, it could be tomorrow, it could be next week. We just don't know. So that kind of rings alarm bells for us, because all of the groups that I just talked about rely heavily on grant for funding to survive or to deliver the services that they need. Us in particular as Netball, we rely on it for the delivery of the game and many facets of it in regards to having our staff on board, hiring the facilities that we do, and a lot of them are Wellington City Council facilities, paying for OPEX costs, which is part of, once again, we rent our offices here at Wellington City Council as well. We also help our community, which we have got a very diverse community. I would say 75% of our community playing in and around the game of netball and supporting it are either Maori or Pacific Island, which is a very high percentage in sport. And it's also a high percentage of those people are from low socioeconomic environments and wharis. And due to that, they struggle to play any sport or be involved in any excursions or activities through schools, and they most definitely struggle when it comes to health and well-being as well. So for us, we are really quite concerned that if this sinking lid policy comes in sooner than what they were thinking, that we're not going to have a time to adapt to actually come up with other income streams that are going to support our sporting facility and environment to survive. Sorry, I'm just going to ask some people to be quiet outside the door. Sorry. Apologies, people. The joys of sharing environments. And yeah, so we are very, very concerned. We know that sport provides a really good release when it comes to health and well-being of our people. That's our young people and our not so young people, which we have a lot of those that range age group from 5 to 85. And without sport or arts or recs or that health environment stuff happening in and around our sport, we are concerned about what that brings to our city. The other thing that we're talking about here is that, you know, sport is more than a vehicle of providing sport. It is actually a social thing. It's actually a physical thing, an emotional thing. It actually provides a lot. And if the sports are affected throughout the whole of the Wellington city because of the sinking lid policy, because we all of us rely on this, on funding, we just wonder how the city is going to survive or be able to cope with the higher needs in other areas that aren't going to be able to be fulfilled. Because we also know that there's a lot of health sectors that rely on funding that support those with issues. I'm one of those. I'm an MS person, and I got the most valuable support ever when I was diagnosed from people who could support me and tell me that life's not going to end tomorrow. You are going to be okay to keep doing what you're doing. Now, they rely on this Class 4 funding as well. So you take away my sport, which keeps me active and going, and then you take away that health and well-being support as well. I'm kind of nervous about what's for me, what's for others here in Wellington City. If you start taking that stuff away, who's going to start funding that and ensure that people come here and get the things that they need to be part of a vibrant, energising and welcoming, embracing city, which Wellington currently is. Now, I'm not naive. There's some things that we still need to do, which is, be a bit better. But we have got a very solid foundation, and a lot of that foundation comes from Class 4 funding. Talk about facilities. At the moment, we use 2 Wellington City Council facilities, both which are in need of some maintenance. ASB Sports Centre is a new centre, or newish, but it's now getting to the need where it needs new lights and things like that, all which I believe and understand would quite welcome some funding from Clydesdale funders to get that done. The outdoor facilities that we use need resurfacing in the next 2 to 3 years. We've got major issues with flooding, drainage, cracks on courts, safety issues really. We've got fences that are kind of leaning over, all which we know in the next 2 to 3 years is going to be needing funding from Class 4 funders or someone else, because there isn't a pot of gold anywhere, definitely in sport. And I'm picking definitely not with the Wellington City Council either, that can afford to actually make that facility usable by the many people that use it at the moment. We have, as I mentioned before, low socioeconomic people in and around our sport, like many sports. Affordable support, and I'm more than happy to meet with somebody in Wellington City Council who can say or talk me through where they think we can actually get this support from for going forward. It's because we're open to ideas. Look, I suppose for me, we struggle with the same things that you guys are struggling with too. The ethical thing of why do we have to rely on funding from something that's not ethically sitting well with us? But it's like a lot of our sponsors and partners as well. Sadly, some of those are not ethically correct either, where we have to rely on organisations that don't provide the healthiest of foods, or they have venues that supply alcohol. You know, but that is the life and the world of netball for us. We have to rely on those sort of partnerships because we're just not big enough to get the big corporates on board and around us to actually keep going. So what we do is provide what we think is another vehicle to generate some of the stuff that is happening that's not so positive. And if we keep them active and busy, we won't be tuning to things that are not good for them mentally and physically. Our other concern is we are not naive enough either to think that our community aren't doing some of the things like gambling or drinking or eating the wrong foods. But we are hoping that with the gaming machines being in a public place, these people are seen if they've got a problem and can be given support. They've been identified with problems and can get the support in around them. Start doing things online, saying they're not going to get the support because major concern for us. And as I said, our people possibly are some of these ones gambling, and at the moment their money will be coming back in to the community for their rangatahi, and that means it's coming back to their people. If they go online, that money will be going overseas and it won't be coming back to their people, and that's another major concern for us as well. I guess for me, I know that you will hear a lot of cases, you know, pleading and things like this, but I just ask that you really do think widely. There is an issue with addictions, and I'm not saying that there's not. There is, but I think there's going to be bigger issues if we put a sinking lid policy on the Wellington City. Health issues, mental, physical, the list goes on, and also not just of individuals, but of the city. Thank you for giving me the time to speak to our submission. If you've read our submission, there's a lot more in that, but I just wanted to give an overview of our thoughts and feelings on if this policy was introduced here in the Wellington City.
Well, kia ora, Sue. Thank you for taking the time to kōrero with us today. We've run out of time for questions, but we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And we also on Zoom now have Liz Green, I think with Cam Mitchell as well from Cricket Wellington. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us today. So you have 10 minutes, and if you can leave some time within that 10 minutes, there will likely be some questions from councillors.
Great, thank you. Firstly, thanks for having me this morning. Unfortunately, our CEO, Cam Mitchell, is away this week, so it's left on me to support the submission for Cricket Wellington today. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak to Cricket Wellington's written submission to Wellington City Council on the proposed gambling venues policy. As mentioned, my name's Liz Green. I'm General Manager at Cricket Wellington. As stated in our submission, we support option C, no change to current policy. I am by no means an expert on gambling, but my role today is to highlight the good that comes from grant funding for Cricket Wellington and to provide balance to the argument at hand. I want to ensure our voice is heard and be the voice for the cricketing community in Wellington who will be deeply impacted if the proposed sinking lid policy is in fact imposed. Cricket Wellington is the regional sports organisation for cricket in the Greater Wellington region. We are tasked with creating outstanding cricket experiences for Wellingtonians, and we're proud to do so. Our clubs, our participants, our volunteers all rely on Cricket Wellington to administer the game, and we, like our clubs, rely heavily on gaming funding to safeguard the future survival of cricket in our region. There are currently 22 affiliated cricket clubs in the Wellington region with over 8,500 active participants currently, 200 umpires, 435 registered coaches and numerous volunteers forming the backbone of our vibrant cricketing community. The Wellington City Council is the local territorial representative for Cricket Wellington and 9 of our affiliated clubs. Cricket Wellington receives 40% of our annual income from gaming trust funding. These grants directly fund the administration and delivery of community cricket in Wellington, including over $73,000 on average per year to pay for Wellington City Council ground fees. If there was an inability to access money generated via gaming machines, then the sustainability of cricket in Wellington would be seriously jeopardised. And we would be forced to introduce a user pay system and increase affiliation fees, which will undoubtedly make the game too expensive to play and administer for the majority of our participants, facility users and clubs. We believe this will be the answer for all sporting organisations impacted by this change. Therefore, the financial burden passed on to the participant will be significant and eventually be a deterrent to participate full stop or join in with more than one sport. There is a real human component that needs to be considered here and must not be overlooked. In addition, our clubs also access funding for various projects, initiatives and programs to support costs associated to cricket, which include balls, equipment, apparel, facility hire, ground hire, delivery of programs and coaching. Grant funding obtained by clubs equated to over $740K in 2019 and 20, with $290K received by clubs within the Wellington City region. There is no denying that this money is critical in supporting the survival and sustainability of club cricket in Wellington. There is no plan B, as commercial money in sport for clubs is extremely hard to obtain, and their survival is heavily dependent on the financial security provided by Cricket Wellington. In addition to this, we have a fantastic team of community staff who, alongside our member clubs, are focused on getting more people playing and loving cricket. We are driven to create a vibrant, integrated and participant-focused environment that inspires. Some highlights that I wanted to bring to your attention from last season include delivering our school awareness, year girls and schoolyard smash programs to over 20,000 tamariki and rangatahi across 128 schools in Wellington. We developed and supported 95% of junior and youth team coaches through our coach education program, increased the number of games covered by umpires by 10%, and we grew male and female participation by 9.3%, with the highlight statistic being an 11% growth in college cricket teams, including the establishment of cricket teams at Aotea College and Wainui High School for the first time in over 6 years. As mentioned, our community team of excellent community managers, largely funded by grant funding, are delivering exceptional results this year already, including partnering with change makers to encourage refugee families to participate in cricket. To date, we've already had 4 players join local cricket clubs, with more to come. Female leadership programs are established, focusing on coaching, umpiring and leadership fundamentals. The development opportunities with various clubs, for example, the Nainai Festival of Cricket, which targets creating a safe and fun environment for kids to engage with cricket who otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity. An emerging players program has been developed to provide more development opportunities in 4 zones throughout Wellington in partnership with clubs, and over 5,000 primary school students have experienced cricket is back in schools to date, which has been facilitated by our amazing team of community cricket ambassadors who are role models within our game. We've also partnered with the City Mission to deliver a play day for lower decile participants in Wellington. The list goes on, but what great examples of the positive impacts that grant funding is having on our community. Additionally, COVID-19 has presented a real risk to the sustainability of community sport, and the challenges we all face are undeniable. The future of sport was questioned for the first time in a long time, but what became apparent was the demand and desire for sport to remain a constant part of our social infrastructure. At Cricket Wellington, we recognised the fact that we needed to act early and respond positively to COVID-19 for the sake of our clubs and participants. We therefore made the decision to remove club affiliation fees for this season for all of our clubs. We've absorbed the significant costs and will use reserves to ensure our clubs are given the best opportunity to survive the impacts of COVID-19, as well as ensuring barriers are removed to enable further participation in cricket. It is clear that our community comes first. Importantly, we cannot execute initiatives like this without the ongoing support of our various grant funding partners. And this is where I wanted to shed some light on the relationships we have with our funding partners and to stress that they genuinely care about where the money goes and equally about supporting those who are putting that $1 coin into the machines. We have countless conversations about community cricket plans, the positive outcomes of the funding we receive and what we apply it to. The good news stories are told and the support that they are giving to problem gambling. This is not just a transaction of money. This is investment into creating opportunities where opportunity may not have existed without funding. Our funding partners are proud to support Cricket Wellington and our participants, and this is evident in the strength of relationships we have. They want to create good with that $1 just as much as we do. The funding we receive from gaming grants creates real value for our entire cricket community in Wellington. A reduction in funding would cripple our ability to deliver cricket in our community, including participant development and engagement opportunities through our delivery programs for tamariki and rangatahi, coach development and education, umpire training, volunteer support, facility quality and access, and administration support for clubs. So I ask that we not shift the problem. Let's not see this money go into the pockets of online gambling entities that are largely offshore. If there is any good to come from this money, then it is within our communities in New Zealand and in Wellington. And that should be clear to see, hopefully, from the submissions received to date and over the next 2 days. In our opinion, there is no plan B, especially in a post-COVID world. Prohibition will not work, so let us work together to ensure both sides of the argument gain satisfaction and support. The time for change is not now. We need financial support more than ever, and we need funding to be sustainable so that we can continue to deliver outstanding cricket experiences for the people of Wellington. There is no evidence to justify a sudden move to a restrictive policy, and we need the ongoing backing from Wellington City Council to protect the funding and sporting opportunities that we so desperately require. So on behalf of Cricket Wellington, our CEO, our board, our clubs, our participants, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and we look forward to a positive outcome for everyone. Thank you.
Kia ora, Liz. We do have Pato. We've got a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you, and thanks for coming along, and thanks for all you do. I'm a big cricket fan. I guess I just wanted to ask about, you've talked about it will, it will deeply impact you and it's going to cripple your ability to deliver cricket. Are you aware that it's not even if we introduced a sinking lid, it's not a reduction in funding overnight, that it's likely to take many years to actually have any impact? So you will have, a big lead-in time if it does happen?
Yeah, we are fully aware of that, but there's also the real risk at the moment of COVID-19, of earthquakes, especially in Wellington. That is the opportunity that it could be a long time. It could also be overnight, in our opinion. An earthquake could strike tomorrow. There's all sorts of risks that we see as part of a sinking lid.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much, Liz. So if we were able to find a replacement funding, would you be supportive of this policy?
Yes, absolutely. I think there's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't support an alternative. At this stage, we can't see an alternative apart from commercial money that is already extremely hard to get.
Kia ora. Thank you, Liz, for taking the time to come and talk to us today. We appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. All the best for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Kia ora. Well, I'd like to welcome Dave Adams from Sport New Zealand. Kia ora, Dave. Welcome. So, Dave, you've got 10 minutes and there will likely be some questions for you. So if you can allow a bit of time, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Sport and this image, if you can see, I had the pleasure of meeting some of you last week as we walked through Alex Moore Park development. And this is a fantastic facility for the residents of North Wellington, and it's an example of a great partnership between council and I must say council have been fantastic to work with this on this project. A great partnership between council, the participant clubs, and actually Class 4 societies who are contributing, and hopefully Lotto. We'll see how that goes. But this is just one example of many where Class 4 actually contribute to community good. I won't dwell on these statistics, but I think you know that gaming provides $300 million plus annually to community good. We are very fortunate in sport and recreation that we benefit from about half of those funds. And in Wellington, there is about 21 million that goes to sport and recreation across the Wellington region. So as you've just heard from netball and cricket, sport and recreation clubs and providers have become really reliant on gaming funding over its existence the last 25 years. They all budget for it now. They rely on it. So I guess the key message is that if there is any reduction in those funds, then that's going to put cost pressures on other funding sources. Including yourselves, but probably most notably on participants themselves. And we know that cost is a barrier to participation. So if there are increased cost pressures on participants, then that's going to lead to increased heightened inequalities. And we don't want that. So I just wanted to reflect on the problem that you're trying to solve here. And you're always having to try and solve problems. Looking at your own literature, you're saying the sinking lid policy is a long-term solution. And provides plenty of time for community groups and the government to look at more critical and sustainable funding arrangements. So basically it seems that you're trying to minimise gambling harm, at the same time you're trying to maintain community good that currently flows from gambling through identifying alternative sources of funding. Hard to argue against that. I mean, it's right intentioned, but I guess the question that I'm going to really talk about is: have you challenged the assumptions that you're making that are underpinning your thinking on this matter? And I want to reflect on this. And actually, part of my key role at Sport NZ is strategic foresight, helping Sport New Zealand and the organisations we work with to think about the future. And it's quite a tough gig, really, because it's quite hard to predict the future. And particularly at the moment, we live in times of accelerated change, and that brings ongoing disruptions to business as usual. So anticipating the future is challenging. The key point here is it's not linear or predictable, and there are actually multiple futures that could occur. And quite often we assume the future based on the assumptions that we carry. Those assumptions are based on our knowledge, our experiences, our mindsets. And sometimes those assumptions might be right and sometimes they are not right. And so I think we all need to really openly think about the assumptions that we do carry, because good decision making requires us to really understand and explore those assumptions and to plan for future different scenarios that could actually occur. So, I mean, the key message here really is: are you actually exploring alternative scenarios when you're thinking about this gambling venue policy? And are you conscious that some of your assumptions may be right and some may not be so right? So, I just want to explore a couple of those assumptions. One assumption that seems fairly explicit here is that a decrease in pokies leads to a decrease in problem gambling. That's one of the issues that you're trying to resolve here. So the assumed future, based on that assumption, is a reduction in machines leads to a reduction in problem gambling. And problem gamblers, when there are no machines, they stop gambling. Now, that may occur, but equally, an alternative future may look like problem gamblers transferring their activity to other forms of gambling when gaming machines are no longer available, that online unregulated gambling actually increases, and problem gambling, therefore, also increases. Alternative future. Then, and another assumption that I think is being made here is that the sinking lid, and I've just heard your answer to that, sinking lid provides plenty of time to source alternative funds. That's the assumption that you're assuming here. So under that basis, pubs are broadly remain viable with machines decreasing gradually over time, that you use that time to successfully identify alternative sources of funding. Now, an alternative and community good provided by those funds is maintained. Now, alternative future could look like this. You have the closure of pubs accelerating because of the likes of increased people working from home, don't go to the pubs in town so much. Could be a return to alert level 3, could be an earthquake, as the previous person just mentioned. At the same time, you have economic recession places greater pressure on funding sources, yet available funding is diminished. And under this alternative, the well-being of Wellingtonians is harmed through decreased ability to access quality community services. So there are a couple of assumptions in different scenarios that play out. So really just I want to finish by just saying the possible implications of what you are considering here through a sinking lid. There are many implications, possible implications. It may reduce gambling harm, so you might be right. It may have no impact on gambling harm, and you'll hear a lot today around no correlation actually between machines and gambling harm. May actually increase gambling harm. And that is really people transferring their gambling to other sources, and particularly online sources, and particularly online offshore sources. And those sources are becoming more and more accessible and more attractive. Again, you'll hear a lot about that today. Possible implication, it will reduce a critical source of community funding. And the reduction, importantly, the reduction may occur more quickly than you assume. So, using the wisdom of Hippocrates, and first do no harm, I guess the challenge for you is, have you satisfied yourself that you've questioned your own assumptions and explored all the alternatives and how they actually might eventuate? And in doing so, is the well-being of Wellingtonians enhanced or diminished through the decision you're going to be taking today? Thank you. I'm very happy to take any questions.
We do have questions. First one from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thank you for your considered presentation. I guess I'm just interested, as you are a Crown agency, and 22 out of 67 councils already have a sinking lid. What research have you done into those councils and the impact on sport in those areas, and what worked in terms of a transition, and kind of what we can learn from those councils that do have it and the impact it had on sport, and how people coped?
I can't say that I am personally familiar with any research on that. What I am familiar with, though, is that sport and recreation clubs are highly reliant on gaming. Gaming hasn't reduced as a quantum. Therefore, there isn't an immediate issue. However, because our world is changing and changing rapidly, and COVID is a massive disruption, I think we cannot assume that gaming levels will remain as they are. And there is one piece of work that we have done is, if you get to a point where gaming becomes too inaccessible, then it could fall off a cliff very quickly.
Do you think it might be quite helpful to do research on how sports coped in those 22 areas where there's been a sinking lid?
Yes and no. I think it's a smaller matter in terms of really just understanding the reliance on gaming and looking at the quantum, really, because at the moment the gaming trusts continue to spread the money broadly. If the money is not available, then there's no spreading required. There's no spreading across that is available.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much for your submission and for everything you do for Wellington. The numbers of pokie machines are decreasing anyway, and so it's not, so the funding, whatever we do or any other council does. So, do you think just generally over the codes there is some thinking being done about how to replace that funding anyway?
There is thinking, but it's really challenging space. I mean, I think all codes, as you heard again from netball and cricket, they would like to be able to diversify their revenue streams. We're working with them to try and help them. But the reality is there is no alternative funding sources that is immediately obvious. We try and get them to work into the commercial area, very challenging. So yes, they're doing some thinking, but there is no immediate answer to replace this funding.
Have you lobbied government on this point? Because they could provide funding. They've got money.
They could provide funding. You guys could provide funding. And in a recession environment, everyone will be seeking more funding, I suspect, and they'll have to make some calls, as you have to make some calls. And it is a big question mark whether they will have the ability to replace the funding.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you, Dave, for coming in today to kōrero with us. We appreciate you taking the time. I'd like to welcome Tim Bignell from Te Maori Cultural Centre. Tim is joining us on Zoom. Kia ora, Tim.
Kia ora.
Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. You've got 10 minutes, and if you'd like to allow some time for questions within that, that would be great.
Certainly, thank you. Kia ora katoa. My name's Tim Bignell, and I'm representing the Te Maori Cultural Centre as well as Te Rā Rukia, which is a cultural event here based in Wellington and in particular Lower Hutt, which was created by Te Runanga o Taranaki. Te Runanga o Taranaki, which is one of the two mana whenua tribes here in Wellington, the other being Ngāti Toa. In particular, we're going to speak about the event that we hold here within the community and just the benefits it does do from the Class 4 gaming funds that we receive to allow us to run the event. The event has been running here in the closest weekend to Waitangi Day for over 20 years. It's a free event that's open to the wider community, and it's based around 6 key principles, which is health and well-being, education, social connection, cultural and diversity, entertainment, and of course food there as well. It's open to all people. And we work very closely with a number of key partners, including Council, Etu Whānau and TPK as well. Over the average numbers, we have between 8,000 to 10,000 people attend. And it's a community event that is smoke-free, alcohol-free, drug-free, and obviously now sugar fizzy drink-free as well. And we have a very strong health and safety focus about opportunities with a number of organisations that allow people to have that opportunity in a one space environment to get access to a number of services that they may not have access to in that one time. And I have heard earlier Cricket Wellington and Netball all speak as well. And one of the people that we do have come along and we recognise that is an issue with the Class 4 there. We actually work closely with the Salvation Army Oasis Network who deal with problem gambling. So they're actually at this event at the same time as well. So they are a partner that we work closely with at the same time while taking Class 4 gaming funding on that side there as well. So that's a little bit about the event. We also have Sport Wellington, Arthritis New Zealand, and a number of Maoris provide these services throughout the day, as well as some entertainment on that side there as well. So it's a great opportunity for us to provide all this in a one place over a regular time. We can send through, and we unfortunately didn't have time to send through the event report, which has a lot more detailed. And I know you have a number of other people wishing to speak and being very time poor. So our recommendation is to keep the current status with the no sinking lip as well. And we did note it before that obviously that it's a long-term and it may not happen overnight process with some of the gambling machines being stopped, all that there as well. However, with Wellington being how it is and earthquake risk, as you probably know from your library, you weren't planning to close that overnight. However, these can happen to any of these poker machines and they wouldn't be replaced as well. So we acknowledge that gambling is an issue, and there is services available for that within the community. However, there is a lot of good that does come from those funds that potentially people would be still spending money online or through different sources at this stage. So our recommendation is to continue the status quo, and that more work is needed within the community to keep this knowledge and obviously benefit available on that side there as well. So thank you for your time. I know it's very short, but I'll keep that short because I'm sure you've got a lot of other people speaking. It's going to be a long day for you, and I welcome any questions.
Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Tim, and thank you for all the work that you do. I was wondering actually, because you were talking about being smoke-free, and that, you know, this debate happened in a kind of much more public way around the removal of tobacco sponsorship from sports and recreation. And, you know, now obviously the sort of sector has recovered, but also, you know, this, you know, having tobacco, funding sports and recreation would be considered something that's, you know, nobody would kind of support bringing it back. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering if you've sort of thought about that inconsistency there, and, you know, having sort of a smoke-free, alcohol-free, a lot of public good in your events, but on the other hand, being sponsored by something that causes public harm.
It does, and it's something we're very aware of, and there is a number of harmful things on that side. That is why we work very closely with Salvation Army, which deals with problem gambling. We and welcome them that opportunity. And you'd also probably on the hindsight is that yes, the tobacco does change. There was also alcohol sponsorship has changed over the years, and that's going to be in an environment that will change as well on that side there. That's why we have sugar is also a problem within the community as well, and the fizzy drinks and on those sides there as well. So basically, it's an ongoing community issue, and there is always going to be work. And by changing that there, I understand that over now a lot of this can be done online. It's in lockdown, and the gambling. If they won't be going to poker machines, they'll be finding if those who wish to gamble will find a way, whether it's done lotto online, which obviously in lockdown was popular, as well as with I believe over 53% of the revenue now of the TAB is done online. So people don't need to go into a bar or environment. They can do it all on your smartphones, which I see you'll have there, or your computers. You could be on an online gambling site within very minutes signing up, and whether that revenue is done here and kept within the community or offshore, that is for no one to know. So if people do wish to gamble, they will find a way, and that is a community thing that we are very aware of and mindful of, and that's why we encourage people to have those opportunities to deal with problem gambling within society.
Tim, do you not think that those arguments about that people can continue to, have those harmful addictions, apply sort of equally to alcohol and tobacco, yet we have moved on from thinking that those are appropriate places, to sponsor?
I agree with sponsorship on that side there. However, those are still problems within our community. Alcohol to the changes of ages and things like that. So there's always going to be ongoing community problems on that side there as well, and that is where it's going to be a continued problem within society. Whether it's drugs, you'll see the current referendum with and things like that. So it's going to be an always ongoing society where people will need help on that side there as well from all our areas within the community.
Thank you. Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tim. Just a quick question. Do you get sponsorship in any shape or form, any sort of financial assistance from the alcohol industry, either directly or indirectly, that you're aware of?
Not that I'm directly aware of, no.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Tim, for answering our questions and for talking to us today about this. We appreciate you taking the time.
Kia ora katoa. Have a good day.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi, Brian Dickinson from College Sport Wellington. Brian, we welcome you to our hearings. So you have 10 minutes, and same thing, there probably will be some questions if you can allow some time in that 10 minutes. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. It's been a few years actually since I've been in one of these. I see a few friendly faces, but the council's changed a wee bit. Yeah, exactly. Hey, look, I had some slides, but unfortunately, I'll just wing it and go through. Look, by way of background, if you're not aware, College Sport Wellington, we've been around for 31 years now. Started humble beginnings in a small office with my predecessor, John Hornell. In that 31 years we've grown, we now cover 40 secondary schools in the wider Wellington region. We don't cover Wairarapa, but the rest of Wellington. And give or take, there's about 27,000 students. Across the region, around about 60% participation rate. So within that 27,000, you've got more than half of the kids play at least one sport. On average, they're playing 2 sports. More relevantly to this, within Wellington, City Council boundaries, we've got 13,000 students covering, I think it's 13 schools off the top of my head. The participation rate for sport within Wellington City is higher than the national average. In some respects, it leads the country. It probably speaks to the great support, I guess, we get from the councils and also the demographic that we have within Wellington. It'd be fair to say that College Sport Wellington is a very lean, mean operation. I have 4 staff, myself and 3 sport managers, and we are responsible, by and large, for overseeing and managing the secondary school sports calendar every year. Now, I have a picture of it, but I won't put it up, obviously. Just about every day of the week, there is some sort of sporting activity going on in the region, from one-off tournaments or special events through to our weekly competitions covering the range of sports. Now, we obviously sit in an interesting position that we cut across all of the sports, so we then have our partnerships with each of the regional sports organisations. So it's very much operating in a complex environment, dealing with different relationships and different setups. Now, speaking to this proposal, as our submission states, we're in favour of just retaining the current status quo, not to implement a sinking lid. As with our submission, and in line with what I believe Phil Gibbons will talk about this afternoon with Sport Wellington, we've got some concerns about what the effects will be upon sport, and in our case, secondary school sport. Secondary school sport. Now, I'm certainly not an expert on problem gambling. I'm sure I might get some questions, but I'll quite happily stick to my field of expertise, and that's about getting kids active and playing sport, and certainly all of the social benefits that come from that. So, as per our submission, we're just not sure if there's enough evidence that this change will have any effect. Again, I know that's fringing upon the problem gambling areas, and that's not our area of expertise, but it is a question that we've got for the councillors. The timing of this, obviously, given everything that's going on, we're just really nervous about any changes that might affect revenue that's coming into amateur sport. Again, we're a very lean, mean operation. Removing cost as a barrier is a driving aim. So certainly when we pass on costs to our schools and the students. It's really just at a cost neutral standpoint. At every point, we are trying to remove cost as a barrier to the kids' participation. We've got a concern about if the gaming funding does disappear or reduces, what our alternative sources are. Now, I know sponsorship's out there, but I can tell you from experience, and I know you'll probably have a similar message from a lot of the regional sports organisations, that sponsorship is very hard and very labour intensive to come by. Very broadly speaking, I could put an hour into a funding application and get the same level of funding that I could put months and months into a sponsorship agreement. And I think for me, just skipping right to the end, that is my personal concern about this proposal. The final outcome will be that I will now spend a lot of my time just purely revenue generating, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. All I'm doing is generating revenue to keep positions rather than actually concentrating on the real thing, and that's about getting the kids active and improving our participation rates. And just lastly, and I hope the councils probably are aware and do understand that the benefits that derive from this funding coming through to the sports organisations. A large chunk of our funding that comes from the gaming funding essentially goes to venue hire, officials. It's all the basic stuff that just puts on these opportunities for the students. And I should note that the Wellington City Council is a fantastic partner for us, especially the ASB Community Centre, the Regional Aquatic Centre, and the various turfs through the parks and gardens. But it comes at a cost, and it's fairly well acknowledged that Wellington City Council, the costs are pretty high compared to the rest of the country. So we're very concerned with the loss of funding. We're getting the equation out of whack here. And I think that's about it. I'll leave a few minutes for you to throw some questions.
Kia ora, we do have some pātai. Councillor Fitzsimons has a question.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on the point you made around cost as a barrier for low-income families accessing sport. Can you talk about, in a few codes, what it kind of costs for a season? Can you just give us an indication, pick a couple of codes and tell us what the costs are, maybe some high ones, some are low ones, and also what you put in place at the moment in the current environment to make sure that, as much as possible, you overcome that barrier for low-income families?
Sure. Firstly, the cost range, it's a minefield, to be honest, because we very much, we don't want to cross-pollinate. We don't want kids paying hockey fees to be subsidising kids playing other sports. The sports choice is that choice of the kid. So we have a very wide range. You've probably got hockey, and it's probably $400 or $500 a kid. Ultimately, is what the school will be charging for a year. Certainly, basketball, futsal are right up there. Down the other end, you have sports like rugby. Now, in days gone by, that's with the funding model with rugby, that was probably largely subsidised by money coming down from the national above. So you're looking at more like $50 a team for a season. So we have a wide range. Now, again, from our position, we have our schools as our members, so we keep our costs at a bare minimum, and then within each school, every school approaches differently, but they do have hardship funds that they don't broadcast widely, but they can pick off the kids that are really in need, the families that are in need. And certainly, I should note that, the reason secondary school sport thrives so much, in Wellington especially, is through the support that ultimately the Ministry of Education and the schools are providing. Every school has got a sports coordinator that's there to oversee these programs.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, so I just wanted to pick up on a question that Councillor Fitzsimons asked another submitter. So, for example, 22 out of 26, I think she said, councils actually have a sinking lid policy. So, for example, Auckland has one and has just recently reconfirmed it. So I'm just wondering if you've ever had any engagement with your counterparts in other parts of the country or whether it's appropriate for you to do so now to actually find out how this has impacted, what the results of the sinking lid policy have actually been.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. Again, I could somewhat flip that around if you use Auckland as an example, where council costs for field use is very low compared to Wellington. So it's incredible. I came from Auckland originally, and when I came to Cricket Wellington in my first role, the field hireage budget for Wellington, which is a quarter of the size, was twice as large as Auckland. So I understand every region has its own business model and cost recovery model, but the loss of the gaming funding will be felt more acutely here than in other parts of the country. But it is a fair point about talking to the other regions.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Brian, for coming to speak to us today. Councillor Rush.
Sorry, there's just been lots of questions. So.
We are running a little bit over time, so I just want to let you know, be really quick.
Yeah, okay, very quickly. Thanks very much, Brian. So I'm just trying to understand how the funding that used to come from cigarettes and other harmful products disappeared. Would you say it's been replaced by the gambling sort of funding?
I can quite happily say it was before my time when cigarettes were removed. I would hazard a guess with my predecessor that obviously I don't think College Sport Wellington would have accessed funding through cigarettes or alcohol. It's a real unknown, and I'm probably using the term incorrectly, but the opportunity cost, I don't know what the funding levels would be now.
Cool. Thank you. We will keep moving because we're going a little bit over time. Thank you very much for coming in, Brian. We appreciate you taking the time. Right, I'd like to welcome Bernard O'Shaughnessy. Thank you, Bernard, for coming in. No mai, haere mai. So you know how this works. 5 minutes goes really fast, and there may be some questions. So we'll let you get underway.
Yes, thank you.
Kia ora.
Morning, councillors. I support sinking lid policy, but I think it doesn't go far enough. So I think you should reduce the poker machines by 50%. Also, I would advocate an equal number of machines must be operated in each ward. It's disgusting, I think, that it's unequal that the poor wards have the most machines, yet the rich wards have none or few. Yet those same rich wards get a big slice of the pokie revenue for sports clubs. Newtown has 54 machines, not even counting the extra 7 put in the TAB. And in terms of a DIA inquiry, Department of Internal Affairs official information response they put to me, that in the year of 1st of July to 30th of June, 28,966,293 and 43 was taken out of that community. And so then profits from that was made and subsidies to various clubs. Now, I know that today and again on the 5th of November, Council will be hearing further submissions. You are hearing an endless parade of sports clubs and even the poker machine owners bleating on about how the poker machine proceeds are needed to maintain the viability of the clubs. Then you have Four Winds Foundation, Pub Charity, Lion Foundation and Gambling Machine Association New Zealand. I'd want some brave councillor to ask some of those people, 40 million goes to sports clubs, yet where does the 60 million that they get, what do they use it on? So I say to you, and I say to these people, they're morally bankrupt and self-serving and fail to be good members of a kind society. The poker machines are electronically programmed to be addictive. The losses are huge and the wins small, and yet much personal family destruction is caused by the pokies. For 20 years I've been involved in Newtown and Kilburnie in terms of alcohol and drug addiction and also associated gambling matters. And I can tell you horrendous stories, but I don't have the time. In the reports by council officers to you, there's been much emphasis put on the benefits, yet minimise the downsides. It's high time the sports and culture clubs did fundraising elsewhere and not take blood money. In 1966, I was 16, and in Taupo we did fundraising to get a sports centre in Tara established, and we did lawn mowing and house painting and digging things, and we didn't have any pokey money because there wasn't any pokies, and it was a better society. So I think sports clubs should go back to their roots and go look to their communities. It's high time, in a similar way, I think there's too many pubs with pokies use the money flow to further their own needs. Remember, a community can only object to the local pub having pokies by objecting to a booze licence. And so this is a unique opportunity that the council has to set a policy, and even though it's a long-term policy, a long-term goal should be more positive for our society. In terms of booze licences, they're a bitter battle for communities to fight. I've been involved with 20 successfully since the 2012 Alcohol Act, and 2 still pending. You already know of the astounding millions of dollars being taken from our people by the poke machines. So it's time to, the time is coming that central and local government should look seriously at doing some direct funding. Remember, during the Rugby World Cup, the council here put a lot of effort into putting funds to clubs that would support the rugby aims. So time's new, so something must change. To conclude, I'd say that I improve the sinking lid, and you should make it stronger and include the TAB pokies. I think you should be brave and go further and reduce the overall sinking lid. I think council officers should investigate funding for clubs, and I think education and fostering clubs, clubs should be educated and foster more to target other funding sources instead of the pokies. And I'd conclude and say, please be transparent and kind in your decisions.
Well, kia ora, Bernard. That was perfectly fit into your 5 minutes, so well done. You got it down to an art. We have run out of time for questions, though, but thank you for coming in to kōrero with us. So, no mai haere mai, Catriona McBean from D Sport. Welcome, Catriona. So you've got 10 minutes, and as you can see, we probably will have some questions, so if you want to allow some time, thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you. I'm not going to... Sorry. I'm not going to go through my full submission. I believe you've all got it in there. But as you've heard today, that the impact of this proposal was around the fabric of Wellington and the fabric of the community. And I'd like to bring you a story about a particular part of that community, and that's the disability community. 1 in 4 New Zealanders identify as disabled, and so that in terms of young people, that's about 95,000 throughout the country. In Wellington, we have, in D-Sport, we underpin our principles of inspire, enable, achieve, and what we're trying to do is provide opportunities for particularly young people, but of all our members who go from 5 to in their 70s, opportunities to participate in sport and active recreation. If you're unaware, and I'm sure you are, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities actually requires countries to provide these opportunities. New Zealand is a signatory to this convention, and as council, I believe you're obliged to. So you actually have a more significant obligation to provide these opportunities than possibly to other sectors of the community. That's your international obligation and right. But, you know, I mean, and given that, we do provide some opportunities. And what a number of you have raised, and I've picked up in some of the conversations, is, the questions you've had, is about alternatives. So in terms of disability sport, the alternatives for funding are zero for us, really, outside of this. So you have referred to government. We receive funding from government. But that government's from Lotto. That government funding's via Lotto. It's still gaming. So if you have a philosophical issue around gaming and gambling, the government strategy is not a solution, right? In 1974, the Commonwealth Games legacy provided funding for disability sport in the country. Other than that, we had telethons. You might recall those. I think you all will know. Yeah, we don't do that stuff anymore. Yeah, okay, and that was little piecemeal stuff. Like Brian, I work part-time. I work 3 days a week. We have one FTE for our sport. I sit beside other sports organisations that have multiple staff. My role, unfortunately, my role is spending most of the time trying to secure funding to deliver. And I can successfully say, and proudly say, that we are very successful in getting funding. 35% of our funding goes to overheads. The other 65% goes directly to our members to provide these opportunities. So it's not about covering the administration costs, it's about getting it out there. One of the questions was about the cost of sport. So disability sport is expensive. It's extraordinarily expensive. It's outrageously expensive. You cannot do it yourself. Yesterday, Statistics New Zealand published the disability gap information. So it's hot off the press from Stats New Zealand. The average income of disabled people is less than half that of able-bodied people from all sources of income. So that average personal income is $353 a week. Okay, $353 a week for a person who has a disability. If you wish to participate in our organisation, $30 a year is our membership fee. And if you're a member of the youth group, for that $30, you'll get about $200 worth of activities back, value of activities back. If you're a member of our wheelchair rugby team, it's $1,300. And if you're a member of our boccia team, it's $2,100 per person for that $30 investment. That doesn't include equipment. The equipment costs, if you want to play wheelchair rugby, you need a customised chair, personalised, made for you. The cost that quote I got recently is $13,650 for a piece of equipment. I get that through gaming funding, so our members don't have to pay for it personally. If you want to play boccia, we recently had to import ramps from Poland. They were $3,000 a ramp. The sets of balls from Denmark were $2,300 a set. If you want to play power chair football, which is one we're setting up for next year for our young people, we're currently getting customised guards made for their electric wheelchairs at $350 a set. This is the cost of disability sport. It's not a choice, it's not a desire, this is the basic cost of entry. What we do is we secure funding through the gaming trusts, through community trusts, through organisations like yourselves, through Sport New Zealand, and we purchase that equipment so our members don't have to, because they can't. They cannot afford to participate in sport in this country at those costs. So we do it. As you can appreciate, our position is the same as other organisations, is we don't support the sinking lid. We don't see an alternative. Well, I do actually. If the cannabis referendum comes through, we do full circle back to smoking, subsidising sport, if you want to be cynical and see some irony in that. I don't see that happening. But there is no other alternative. I'm currently doing my PhD in disability sport at the University of Waikato. I can tell you that sport has been underwritten by gaming, not for 25 years through gaming trusts and pokie machines, by over 60 years. It started with Golden Kiwi in the 1960s. This is not new. Right? Sport has unfortunately been forced into a position, backed into a corner, to rely on this funding because there is no other alternative. I'm a ratepayer of Wellington City. I would love to be able to say, let the ratepayers pay, but that's just, again, offsetting the cost to other parts of the community, and lots of that community cannot afford to pay. Right? You're very much in a no-win situation, but I will leave it at that, because I think there's some questions which I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, and thank you for that submission. I hold the accessibility portfolio, and I very strongly believe, in our council's obligations to uphold the rights of people with disabilities. I guess I just am interested in, given you've got some expertise in this area and you're talking about the history, are you aware of the impact that has, what has happened where there is a sinking lid, and has there been a loss of revenue to sports and disabled sports in particular?
I can't talk about that in general in terms of the country, but I can tell you currently the impact of COVID, we are getting turned down. I got turned down three applications this week. I got turned down for my salary, so I'm currently going to be unfunded from Christmas. We got turned down for other deliveries. So we apply on average for, this year we have applied for about $700,000 worth of applications. We have succeeded in receiving $120,000, which I think is really great for us, but that is that you get less than 20% of what you apply for, and it's ongoing. I have done 52 funding applications this year. We haven't even got to the end of the year. It's more than one a week, right? I work 3 days a week. I spend at least 1 day a week funding applications. This is the situation that we're in. This is the reality of where we are in. So it's very difficult to be in service delivery into the community when you are in that situation of only having that option. We have tried commercial. We're not on TV. We're not big enough. We don't generate enough coverage for them, so we aren't in the market of sponsors.
Councillor Rush, can you make it a quick one, please?
Very quickly, thank you so much for bringing a different perspective. Very helpful. What do you say to those who suggest that we should go back to the community, do run-a-thons, galas, working bees and so forth, and not rely on gaming?
I would say that is an ideal of 1960, probably 1970s when I was growing up. It's not reality today, unfortunately. There is not the time, there's not the inclination, and there's definitely significantly more organisations wanting to do it. There's organisations already doing it, but, it's very difficult for people to be giving up that time to do things now.
Ngā mihi mai aha, Catriona. Thank you for taking the time to come and talk with us and sharing your experiences. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to break now till 5 to 11. We need to be back ready to go so that we can get through the next So I have some good news for you, councillors. Next Thursday morning, our SPC meeting doesn't need to happen. How often does this happen? It's just we've had some papers pulled and it was easier to take the 2 items from that paper and put them on the 12th where there was only 1 paper. So we've tried to consolidate. We couldn't bring the 12th forward to the 5th, which would have been probably a good solution if it had worked, because the people who are doing the e-petition needed to come on that date, and we need to make sure we accommodate public's needs. But so next Thursday morning we won't have a Strategy and Policy Committee meeting, but we do still have the follow-on submissions from today. So there is still something next Thursday, just not the morning one, which is nice. It gives us a bit of a breather. What's that? We can talk about that later. We'll get back underway with this. So I'd like to welcome Randall Godfrey from Four Winds Foundation, who's joining us by Zoom. Welcome, Randall. And you have 10 minutes. And if you want to allow some time for questions, I'm sure there will be some, so it needs to be within that 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, panel and viewers, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Randall Godfrey. I'm the General Manager for Four Winds Foundation. We're a Class 4 society with 4 venues in your area, being Brooklyn Bar, Corner Bar, One Fat Bird and Mermaid Bar. These venues help to contribute 1.5 million annually in community funding across a variety of community organisations. Some notable distributions include 100,000 for the Basin Reserve Trust, just under 20,000 for Creative Capital Arts Trust, 20,000 for Kibosh, 154,000 for Sport Wellington, 10,000 for Evans Bay Intermediate, 35,000 for Wellington Free Ambulance, 44,000 for Wellington NZ Digital Nights. With regards to your gaming policy, Four Winds strongly support the status quo and oppose any move to introduce a sinking lid policy. Four Winds are unsure as to why there might be a push to change the current policy to a sinking lid unless there's been a major change in gaming policy circumstances, and we aren't aware of any such change. Your current policy is flexible, fit for purpose, allowing for both controlled gaming activity while ensuring protection of existing community funding. Should the push for change be centred around potential problem gambling, we can advise that technology continues to improve greatly in this area, with the sector pushing hard and achieving better outcomes. In-house gaming management systems help quickly identify and track potential problem gamblers. A recently introduced centralised database allows for quick multi-venue identification of any potential problem gamblers. Increased collaboration between the legislator and the sector has seen improved outcomes. Venue management systems quickly allow venues to record all instances from the most minor upwards, and these can be followed up if necessary. Problem gambling, while needing to be acknowledged and addressed, should be placed into perspective with community good and the wide-reaching community recipient pool that benefits from distributions. The vast majority of gamers seek entertainment and social interaction, and they're not problem gamblers. Of concern is the perception that gaming funds are taken from the poor and somehow end up in the hands of the rich. This is not the case, nor do they end up in the exclusive domain of a few. You only have to look at a list of grant recipients from contributing societies in your area over any given period of time to understand that benefactors include health and wellbeing, life-saving, arts and community, ethnic diversity, sport, and so much more. I'm certain the panel through the process to date has been exposed to the phrase unintended consequences, and I'd just like to touch on this. Grant distributions made to sporting complexes allow TAs to encourage community participation, providing an improved quality of life. Grants made to sporting bodies allow sporting bodies to lower affiliation fees and subs for potential participants, providing improved quality of life. Remove or reduce this funding and you may have just removed the opportunity for some family members to participate in sport. Remember, sport's only the top line heading. What we really have here is community health and wellbeing by keeping these family members engaged and active. Reduced funding risks losing some to potential obesity or other health-related illnesses as a result of an inactive alternative. Your own mission statement contains the wording within an improved quality of life for all Wellingtonians. So why then would you want to remove or reduce an existing mechanism that contributes hugely to the fabric of your own mission statement? I will leave you with a situation that occurred to me last week that I wouldn't wish on anybody here in the room today. It's very raw, it's very emotional, but it was very, very pertinent. I live down a long driveway, and late last week, when I was at home, there was banging on the door downstairs. I immediately thought it was a neighbour. I opened the door to see a young mum, her 6-year-old daughter, and a limp toddler over her shoulder, no clothes on, and her just screaming and saying, the toddler's not breathing, he's not breathing. She was on the phone to the emergency services. I took her inside and, for 20, 25 minutes, put the young fella in the recovery position, tried to establish the lay of the land while we waited for the ambulances. And we did everything we could just while he was having a prolonged seizure. And there were 3 heroes that day. One of them wasn't me. One of them was that mum. She was in a house of a stranger, had no family, no friends, nobody that she knew around her while her toddler was going through that situation. The second hero that day was really the ambulance staff. They were absolutely amazing. The advanced paramedic and the other 2 ambulance staff that worked on that toddler for about 30 minutes in my lounge. And ironically, as they were taking the young fella into the ambulance, I went out there, and that ambulance was actually purchased by Class 4 Gaming Society, by Lankan Foundation. And in front of me here, I know you may not be able to see the camera, I'm holding up something there, St. John's. 4 Winds ourselves have purchased 2 ambulances this year. And to me, that's the ultimate definition of sort of unintended consequences. If, love or hate gaming, at the end of the day, those ambulances directly have saved lives. If there hadn't been that ambulance plus a couple of 4 Winds ambulances plus whatever other gaming societies ambulances are there, that delay could have been life or death. And fortunately, my understanding is that the toddler is on the road to recovery, which is a fantastic result. So there's probably nothing more that I can add today that sums that up, but I'm happy to sort of take any questions that the panel may have.
Kia ora. Are there any Pātai councillors? Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. At the beginning, you said you were unsure why we want to change the policy. Are you aware that in the consultation document we talk about changing it to a sinking lid to minimise the harm?
Just in response to that, thank you very much for your question. I just know the only immediate statistics I can get my hand on is I know there were 63 new people that sought help, and I know the statistics are a wee bit out of date, but they haven't altered that much since then, between July 17th and July the 18th in your area, against a population of 214,537. That's actually a statistic of 0.0003%. So I acknowledge that, and I spent a little bit of my submission acknowledging your reference to problem gambling, and that there are mechanisms in place that are improving all the time, obviously, particularly with technology improving.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Randall, for coming and speaking to us today. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you all. Wishing everybody present all the best with the rest of the hearings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome now Richard May from Wellington Rowing Club. Kia ora, Richard. Thank you for coming in. So you have 10 minutes, and as you can see, there may be some questions, but that fits within that 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the fundraising coordinator for the Wellington Rowing Club. Many will talk to the benefits for communities and sporting organisations from the funding obtained from grant funding organisations, including those under your review. I fondly remember starting my rowing back in the 60s, pig in the barrel, pig in the wheelbarrow raffles, all sorts of things that we did in fundraising. I have to say that our club, which started in 1885, our club was extremely poor in those days. We struggled to survive. More than once we've gone almost under, only for members to either donate or set up particular funds to keep us alive. I came back to rowing in the mid-2010s, and I saw a very different club. They set out on a journey with the help of grant funding to build a much more resilient and successful rowing club. We're now recognised as a preeminent club in New Zealand. We have many successes nationally and internationally. And also we have rowers coming from other parts of New Zealand and overseas to join our rowing because they understand the club, the culture, the financial resilience, the equipment, etc. We support 4 schools, a university. We have club members and old people like me who continue to row. Our journey towards sustainability covered a number of fields, and I'd just like to focus on the financial resilience part of it. I looked at our balance sheet this morning. The reserves we have, which is going to get us through the impact of COVID, which has been quite significant, especially with the cancellation of regattas and university rowing, the reserves are equivalent to the amount of grant funding we received from your gambling organisation in the last 5 years. So what that would amount to is if we didn't have that, there's a pretty damn good chance we'd be on the bones of our backside with staring down the road of COVID. I'd like to talk about our funding in sort of 3 categories. The building that we are in, which is a lovely heritage building on the waterfront, the operational costs of the organisation and the rowing equipment itself. Heritage building, earthquake strengthening, replacement of roof. The boards are rotten. We've replaced the north and south faces and repainted in heritage colours, $600,000. We would not have been able to do that without support from others, even though we fundraise ourselves. Wellington Council has been very, very generous in that extent, and so has the Merrill Fund and also Lion Foundation and other funding organisations. We also have a function centre which we use the funds for to subsidise members' fees to cover operational costs. We've not had a single dollar from that from March, and we don't expect that to recover until 2021, as you may expect. The operational costs, which covers insurance costs, $30,000 a year, regatta costs, rowing is not a cheap sport. Again, your gaming foundations have been very helpful, helping us get squads to national championships, whether they be in Karapiro or this year in Twizel in the South Island. The rowing plant. If you don't have good equipment, you don't attract the rowers. And so a new boat is a very expensive thing. We carry out our own fundraisings. We run a corporate challenge, although not this year because that got cancelled, and it may not run next year because corporates are saying things are tough. We do a lot of fundraisings in a variety of areas, almost everything from digging stuff to quizzes to newbie nights to bake-offs, etc. We do rely on grant funding organisations, the gambling organisation, Infinity, Four Winds, etc. And we've applied for, over the last 5 years, $300,000. We've been quite successful because we're very selective. We try and fundraise a significant portion ourselves. We get about 50% of that on average. If funding was to be removed, I believe our club would struggle and go backwards. From all the evidence of our financial success over the last few years, it's only those reserves we've built up that's going to enable us to survive through COVID with reduced numbers, reduced opportunities to fundraise. And so from our point of view, we would like to suggest that the current policy be retained out through 2022. I'd like to take some questions.
We do have some patai. We've got a first question from Councillor Young.
Thank you. So you said rowing boats. Are they called skiffs?
Yes, they are, yes.
Are very expensive? What's very expensive?
Okay, we are in desperate need right now of a Coxless 4. We've applied for funding, but it's been unsuccessful, mainly because of COVID. A Coxless 4, not counting GST, is $28,000.
Right.
Okay. So an 8 is up to $60,000 to $70,000, and doubles and singles slightly less.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Richard. I want to say I really love your jacket. I went. I love the fashion with rowing. I went to a rowing school, Westlake Girls in Takapuna, and I guess my experience from even being at school and now having my daughter at Wellington Girls is I know that rowing is a very expensive sport, and we just talked about. So, what would you say to someone who was concerned that gaming funding transfers money from the very poorest communities to some very expensive sports, which for the most part can only be sort of undertaken by people who are relatively wealthy?
I should say that we've set up a scholarship fund. It's been in operation to support families whose children might struggle. So we are doing our own thing to try and do that. I don't feel qualified to comment on the other one, because not all rowers are rich, and we don't have any benefactors. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Sparrow.
Thank you for that, Richard. If I heard you right, you at the very end, I think you said retain the current policy till 2022.
Through 2022. I think that's the time that we feel that the effects of COVID, let's assume things are on track, should get back to reasonable normal, and hopefully in that time frame, people can look at other means of funding. And I heard someone talk about the council's contributions, government contributions. I have to say, is without some means of raising funds other than ourselves, our sport would struggle.
Are you suggesting we review it again in 2022? Because is that what you're suggesting?
If there is felt that there is a need to review the policy, that we feel that the COVID situation makes it really tough right now.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, okay. Your question's been asked, has it? Have you got a question?
Just a point of clarification, really. So would you consider it better than bringing, if we were to go for a sinking lid policy, would you consider a little bit of mitigation if it were to come into effect later, not immediately?
I'd like to see more work done on the alternative of what would replace that funding. And of course we would do that internally in our rowing club, but we've been doing that pretty solidly unless new funding options come up.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to come in and talk with us today.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to welcome Nadine Coulter, who I can see is on Zoom, and we've got Inatera Sao. Or is it just? Oh, sorry, we've got two names here, but it's just one. Sorry, Nadine. So welcome, and you have 5 minutes to talk to us today. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nadine Coulter, and I'm speaking as an individual in my capacity as volunteer grants officer at both of my teenagers' colleges, being Rongotai College and Wellington East Girls College. I'm speaking today about the benefits of grant funding. The positive effect of sport on a young person's mental and physical well-being is vital. If a young person is involved in sport, they are shown to be more engaged in learning, achieve better academically, have greater self-esteem, and have fewer behavioural issues in class. For some young people, sport is their everything, but it is also expensive, especially if they play more than one sport or play for both their school and club and even representative or New Zealand teams. COVID has shown how important sport is, and the schools have worked hard to get students back into sport quickly to mitigate some of the effects of COVID on their well-being. But a lot of our young people cannot play sport without financial help, and this is when the grant funding becomes critical. So I want to give you some examples. Wellington East girls softball team in 2019 couldn't afford to go to the school tournament in Christchurch. The girls and families were gutted, but at $1,000 a girl, and with some families having more than one girl in the team, it was just unachievable. With grant funding, they went, They won the tournament, and subsequently some of the girls were selected for the New Zealand team. Rongotai College has recently been awarded $11,000 for waka armour paddles and life vests. Up until now, they had no gear, so they had to rely on the generosity of other schools to borrow gear, which limited their numbers. For some boys, waka armour has a huge cultural significance. This year, we can send 4 teams and more boys are signing up. The Tiaka supporting learning class at Wellington East have been able to attend circus training. These are girls that have physical and learning disabilities. Their activities are extremely expensive because of high teacher ratios needed. Day-to-day life is a struggle for these families, and COVID hit them hard. Circus training has been a real positive for them to go to this year. Rongotai College Camp support for Year 10 boys. Camp is the last chance for Year 10 boys to just be boys before they embark on NCEA challenges. All of the boys will be going this year. So in my opinion, sponsorship as an alternative is very difficult, if not impossible. Rongotai College is still struggling to find sponsors for the first team uniforms, and East took 6 months to gain sponsorship of just $7,000 for the balance of a covered trailer, and believe me, it was really hard. Most big sponsors such as car dealerships and investment companies are aligned to private schools or high decile schools, as that is where they get exposure to their target market, and who can blame them for their approach, especially after COVID. So in the examples I gave before, none of the sports or activities are high profile, and the schools do not fit the target market. So it would have been a no to the softball tournament and a chance to get selected for a New Zealand team. No to waka armour for boys who wish to pursue and build on their cultural background. No to at least 10% of the boys going on camp. They would be left behind. No to the circus training. For one girl, her goal was to raise her arms above her head. She can now do the trapeze, which is absolutely amazing. So please keep the gaming machines as they are. Support our young people with their mental and physical well-being, because being a teenager is already hard enough, and COVID has made things much tougher. Please support lower economic and refugee families so that they don't have to say no to their children playing sport or limit them to play just one sport. Support our local businesses when we purchase the equipment, pay for the Wellington City Council ground hire and pool hire, and arrange accommodation and travel within New Zealand. Support the schools to provide decent sport equipment to help their students dream big or just have fun with their mates. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora, Nadine. Thank you very much for your articulate submission there. Councillors, we do have a minute or two for questions if anyone has one. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks for your submission there. I just interested in picking up on this question you've raised around refugee children and other children from low-income families struggling to access sport. And I think you said refugees don't do a sinking lid so that refugee families don't have to say no. Are you confident that there's enough in place now for them? And can you give us some indication, you mentioned a couple of things, but can you give us some indication of whether that's a problem now and what schools are doing around that?
It's definitely a problem. I spent 8 years on my children's, they belong to Wellington United Junior Football Club. And in that time, we set up a sponsorship and we sponsored up to 10 refugee families a year. And that didn't just extend to their sports, their football fees. We kitted them with gear, football boots, shin pads, socks, shorts. We even got families to pick them up and take them to games and help with, communication problems. And so when I started volunteering at the schools, that was an area that I was keen to still be involved in. And through funding, we've got a lot of refugee kids into, a lot play football, futsal, floorball, lots and lots of sports. So we try to, if we get grant funding that say might cover some field hire or some of the gear, and gear is expensive, a cricket ball for a cricket game, maybe $100 a game. They have to have a new one a game. A basketball's $100. Everything is it's just mind-blowing, everything that it costs. So what happens is that we free up money, and money is spent so that those families don't have to pay their sports fees, so that those children get to play sports just like my children, who I can actually afford to pay for. So that's very close to my heart, and it's something that I pursue quite intently.
Thank you.
Well, kia ora, Nadine. Thank you very much for taking the time to coordinate with us today. We appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
So, councillors, we just have had the next couple of people can't come, so we've got about 15 minutes. 15, she's 11:40. Laura Kelly from the Wellington Irish Dance Trust Board to come up now. Kia ora. So, Laura, you've got 10 minutes and there may be some questions, so if you can allow some time within the 10 minutes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Right, there we go. I'm Laura Kelly and this is Vince Gregan, and we are here to represent the Wellington Irish Dance Trust. We're an organisation that supports young people and adults to learn Irish dance and culture in the Wellington region. And the way we do this is by funding Irish dancing, supporting students who come from low-income families through offering scholarships to help them access Irish dance lessons and all the other expenses that go with it. And we also have a huge presence in the community. We attend a lot of community events, such as the Diwali Festival, Chinese New Year, Pipes in the Park, Special Children's Christmas Party, very welly Christmas, which is coming up soon. We believe that the benefits to those who attend Irish dance classes are huge. They gain a high level of fitness, they have increased motivation, focus, they make a lot of friends, it helps them with their mental support, especially at the moment for a lot of them, confidence and presentation skills. Our charity relies on gaming funding to support its work. Their funding has directly helped us to provide, just this year alone, 5 full scholarships and 10 partial scholarships to families with low income. Their children otherwise wouldn't be able to participate. We also hold a 2-day festival every year in Wellington at Papa Tongarewa, which last year was attended by over 800 people. Funding also helps us with performance costumes, which are a huge cost to families, especially the low-income families, and especially with all the events that we participate in. So I'd love to put their support into context. We took on a young dancer several years ago. She was from a disadvantaged background. We paid for all her lessons, her performance costumes, travel to and from classes, to events, competitions, and all her fees, registration fees, competition fees. Through Irish dancing, she and her family gained a community of friends. She had moral support through high school, university. She gained an outstanding work ethic, level of fitness. We gave her the opportunity to perform on a national and international stage, and she rose to become 7 times New Zealand champion, and she represented New Zealand overseas. She's now completed her commerce degree, she's working full-time, and she's volunteering as a dance teacher and helping the next generation of students just like her. We're a small organisation, and the work that we do to support students like this involves significant cost. Some of our major costs are venue hire. Vince will talk to you about that in a minute. Wages, festival, workshop and competition fees, performance costumes again. We continually work towards funding ourselves, raising funds by organising raffles, movie nights, sausage sizzles, asking friends and family to support sponsor events. We dance for private events to try and raise funds. But without the support of our community funders, it would be impossible to have the impact that we do. We're incredibly grateful to receive the funding, which is why we're here today. And we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Great.
Councillor Matthews.
Thanks so much, Laura. Are you aware of any other Irish dancing groups from around the country where there has been a sinking lid policy introduced about any impact that there's been on their ability to access community funding?
We haven't heard of any direct at the moment, but we have heard how hard and tough it is to get community funding, not just from gaming, but also around the councils helping with funding from the different cultural groups and different things of participants in what we do. Through this, we have a board and we really try to make the dance open for everybody. And it was a real big goal within the organisation called TIDA to get the whole, anybody can do Irish dance, and to not be an impact on families anymore, because both families members are usually working now to pay mortgages and not being able to do this and have their children going to the places. So one thing I wanted to talk around that was we decided about 4 years ago that we can't just have one group in town at the Irish Society to teach the kids anymore, because they can't physically get from Crawley or Tawa to the city at 4 o'clock afternoon. So we're now at the schools. We're in Crawley, we're in Tawa, we're in Kilburnie, we're in the middle of town. So we're now going to the schools. And you think, well, that'd be a lot cheaper. The schools charge us $40 per hour to have our dance there. Now that impact is huge. We're over, a week, we've got 30 lessons. We don't have to be, that's $1,200 a week we're paying back to the schools just to have our Irish dancing for the kids to come and for the parents to be able to access that easily for them. So I'm hoping that's over-answered your question.
Are there any other questions? No, thank you very much. Thank you for coming and taking the time to talk to us today.
And thank you for all your work you're doing. Thank you so much.
We're going to go to Gail Duncan now from St Peter's Church Social Justice Group. I know this, but before you're expecting to talk, Gail, we haven't got the person here before, so.
Oh, is that what the
so, yeah.
I sort of thought I'd better come a little earlier.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you, Gail. So, Gail, you've got 10 minutes and there would likely be some questions for you in that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in your consultation process. My name is Gail Duncan and I'm presenting on behalf of St Peter's on Willis Social Justice Group. The Social Justice Group supports these proposals: a sinking lid on the number of pokie machines in the Wellington area, no transfer of machines to a new pub or owner if the venue closes, and a reinstatement of the clause that would prevent non-designated premises from becoming venues with pokie machines. And the figures relating to Class 4 or non-casino electric gambling machines New Zealand-wide are concerning, and we are deeply concerned, particularly in terms of their social cost and the drain on the wider economy. The addictive effect of pokie machine gambling is well documented, with a major impact falling on poorer communities and on areas where Maori and Pacifica live. Access to this legal activity is too easy. Just as licensed venues for sale of alcohol need to be carefully controlled to prevent undue damage to vulnerable sectors of our society, so too do gambling venues. Class 4 gambling was previously assumed to be creating additional employment to run gambling venues that would be financed out of household savings, a one-to-one shift. With 633 machines and 40 venues in the Wellington area, there is easy access to this activity. However, there's been new thinking generated by the June 2020 NZIER report, the Retail Employment and Tax Costs of Class 4 gambling in New Zealand, and that we are only now beginning to understand the true costs, the personal and social costs of addiction. Cost-benefit analyses to date have demonstrated poor understanding of both individual and community harms and have overstated benefits. according to the NZIER report. Expenditure on Class 4 gambling directly impacts sales, employment and tax revenue in the retail sector associated with the reallocation of Class 4 to other users. The lost employment opportunities created by money being diverted into Class 4 gambling is not insignificant and shouldn't be excluded from cost-benefit analysis of this activity. The NZIER report stated that retail employment effects may have been underestimated as these low decile households spend a far greater share of their expenditure on food and housing. The other factor that is patently obvious since the COVID-19 lockdowns from late March 2020 is that our economy screams to a halt when ordinary household expenditure is reduced or lost altogether for a period. If the money had not been diverted from some household funds into Class 4 gambling, some marginal businesses might have been saved across New Zealand, including Wellington. We do acknowledge that limiting local gambling may not reduce the economic losses, as there is little opportunity to control this money flow, as we are talking about an addictive habit in a lot of cases, not just a recreational one. The gambling could continue through offshore and online gambling services and provide nothing in return to the local economy. One answer to this conundrum would be to insist on a much greater social contribution from local pokie machines. Some 40.7 million is lost by gamblers playing these machines in Wellington. Over 30 million is retained by pubs, clubs and TABs, but only 9.4 million paid out to community organisations and sporting bodies. This ratio of social contribution, only around 25%, is paltry. So we believe the determination of the portion contributed to society needs review to ensure the recovery for the community, for your dance clubs and things, is maximised and funds are not being diverted for private use. We do not consider that the social contribution from funding organisations comes close to offsetting the harm done by the consequences of addictive and compulsive gambling on these machines. There are many charitable organisations making grants which are not drawn from gambling losses, and we recommend more publicity about these. To conclude, the options of a sinking lid on the number of pokie machines in the Wellington area, no transfer of machines to a new pub or owner if the venue closes, reinstatement of the clause that would prevent non-designated premises from becoming venues with pokie machines, we believe will strike a balance. And we recommend that the Wellington City Council supports further research into impact of gambling and the social consequences, investigating new approaches and evaluating gains and losses associated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pennant has a question.
Thank you very much for your succinct submission. That was great. Can you just respond to the argument that the trusts make that actually some of the money is sent back to government for, you know, in terms of GST and all the rest of it? So actually that is going back into social goods. So some of the money, more of the money is going back into the community than
No, I think my figures just then have clearly shown that that's not the case. There's only the GST that's been lost, if you read the NZIER report, they estimated, I think I've even got the figures jotted down in here. Please be with me. 445 million costs that could have, this is New Zealand wide, that could have been directed to retail, which equates to 1,127 full-time equivalent jobs at around 1,724 workers, allowing that not all will be full-time equivalent. 50 million in wages and salaries that could have been spent on food, beverage, supermarkets and grocery, generating, this is the money if it was diverted back into retail, etc., GST revenues of 58.01 million. So that's what we're losing compared to what I quoted here in the Wellington region of only that 40.7 million is lost by gamblers, and there's a GST associated by that. I haven't got the nation figures, but basically what we're talking about, what the NZIER report is alerting us to, is the participation in the economy, economic freedom that delivers, and the GST and other benefits to families and households and to the retail sector well and truly outweighs any GST that's recovered from the gambling venues.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Rush.
Thanks for coming, Gail. I guess my question to you is that we are dealing with adult people who have an entitlement to spend money on their entertainment as they choose. How is this sort of law consistent, I suppose, with that sort of freedom?
Well, I think what we were trying to point out is that the options we consider, have elected to promote, would allow that freedom for adults. Not all adults are addicted, and I couldn't imagine I'd have a bit of fun going in and having a go. We're not suggesting that you completely cease gambling. We're suggesting a balance and also showing that there's this other side to the economy, and there also is addiction and other things. And perhaps to date we haven't looked at that larger picture.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. You've explained some very intricate things there, so thank you for coming in and sharing your
thank you. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Michael Wilson from Olay Football Academy. Welcome, Michael. So you've got 10 minutes, and there could be some time for questions if you want to allow a bit of time within that 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Michael Wilson with the Olay Football Academy. And just the main thing was sharing. I wanted to share the impact that Class 4 gaming has on our organisation and the importance of it. About roughly 50% of our funding is from Class 4 gaming, and the 250, 300 kids that we have in the Football Academy full time, in addition to the thousands of kids within the local schools and our community projects, our street soccer, all the other things we do would be massively impacted without that funding. Our staff and our resources and the amount of places that we can get into and the amount of impact that we could have would be greatly diminished, where it's got to come from somewhere. That's the nuts and bolts of it. Trying to add some more detail to that. It's for us is that it would have to come from somewhere. I think the other really important point from our perspective is, especially over the last 2 years, is we've been really diligent and really pushed out into other corporate sponsorship options, donations, and all of them have taken a lot of time. We've spent a lot of time on proposals and trying to make contacts and going down all the channels that we can, and it's been incredibly difficult. And with the point of saying that is without our Class 4 gaming support, we could. Yes, I know there's money out there in other areas, but we have tried as hard as we can for 2 years, and even more so in the last year, and it's been very, very difficult. So that's the nuts and bolts of it.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from Councillor Sparrow.
Thank you for that, Michael. To what degree are subscriptions for players, participants, whatever, subsidised by the revenue you get from Class 4 funding? And would there be those who could not afford to participate if they weren't subsidised?
Yeah, it's a good question. I should have started going to that in more detail as well. I mean, in effect, the fees would be doubled. So the fees would be doubled. There'd be, it's hard to tell, we're fortunate that we're able to have the fees at about 50% of what it actually costs to run them through our Class 4 gaming support. So it would definitely price out most of the participants. In terms of statistics and facts, we don't know because we're fortunate to do that, but you're talking tens of thousands of dollars for a football program. Not to mention, on top of that, is the work that we're able to do through the Class 4 gaming support in the communities, in the schools, our Cannons Creek Football League, our street soccer, that would all be, we just wouldn't have the staff and wouldn't have the resources to keep doing that.
Just to follow on from that, to understand the quantum, what are the fees for kids playing with Olay?
So the fees are for the youngest kids, so we have kids so we do outside of Olay up to about 10 years of age. And then from 10 to 20, the prices slowly increase depending on the contact times with the kids. So by the time the kids are older, they're in for hours and hours each day. And with the support that comes with that as well from the staff. So anywhere from $1,500 right up to $7,000, $8,000 a year for their football training.
Thank you. Have you got another question, Councillor Sparrow?
Yeah, well, just following on from that, do you offer some scholarships for those who simply could not afford that kind of money?
Yes, so we have a policy where we want to make sure that kids that are motivated and kids that are can join, that if their personal and family situations where they can't afford it, that again through our Class 4 gaming support, that's a big reason why we're able to be able to provide those scholarships, provide that support, and have kids that can't afford it but have the right profile to join. So we are able to do those things, which we wouldn't be able to do otherwise.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael, for coming in and talking with us today. It's very helpful.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks.
So we meant to go to lunch at 12:10, but I'm wondering, councillors, if you do want to, we've got Phil Gibbons here, whether you want to do that now. Otherwise, Phil, you're going to have to wait for a whole half an hour for lunch. Do you want to come now? Or yeah, thank you. So welcome, Phil. Most people here will know that Phil is representing Sport Wellington, and so you know how this works, and 10 minutes does go quite fast, and there will be some questions, I'm sure.
Tēnā koutou katoa, tēnei te mihi, kia koutou. The last time I had the opportunity to speak to you on this topic, I started by asking you to look at this matter in a balanced way. I start this submission with the same request. Please look at this matter by ensuring that there is balance given to both the social costs but also the social value that this funding brings to your communities. We know that the majority of sport and recreation related funding from Class 4 gambling goes to local clubs and organisations such as College Sport. This morning you heard from College Sport as they highlighted the value that Class 4 funding brings to the rangatahi in your communities. Any reduction, no matter how small, in Class 4 funding would challenge their ability to pay the hireage of facilities such as the ASB Centre for their volleyball, netball and basketball competitions. Right now, Class 4 funding supports the activities of hundreds of sport and recreation clubs throughout the city as they provide participation and development opportunities predominantly for tamariki and rangatahi who live in your communities. You've heard already today from many sport and recreation organisations who convert this funding through their very good work into social value for your communities. In the long term, we know that this contributes to improved health and well-being of individuals, positive social behaviour, greater community connectedness, and also makes an economic contribution to communities through events and the value of volunteers' time. Most community organisations, not just those in sport and recreation, operate in an increasingly competitive funding environment because the funding options are not increasing and the amount of resource available is either static or shrinking. This has been further exacerbated as a consequence of COVID. The loss of Class 4 funding over a period of months has given us a snapshot of what might happen with any level of reduction in Class 4 funding. The reality is that the largely volunteer workforce in our sector is reliant on this funding if they're to enable your communities to be physically active. I acknowledge that the preferred option of this council is to take a sinking lid approach. Some of you might argue that this will probably keep the number of licences at about the same level as they are now in real terms, so little will change, especially when it relates to the funding that is available. I'm not so sure, and I don't think the risk is worth taking when we consider what the unintended consequences might be for individuals, for clubs, for communities, and for this council. It's tough enough trying to get our whānau and our communities active as it is. We don't need to make it any harder for the largely volunteer workforce that currently enables this. For every dollar that's not provided to the community through Class 4 funding, there is the potential that someone else will miss out. For this council, there are several unintended consequences if the Class 4 funding shrinks at all as a result of your preference for a sinking lid policy. For example, there would be a reduction in the amount of funding that you could access from the various trusts for your own projects and your own initiatives. Clubs would be limited in the funding that they would have available to pay council for the various hireage fees that are currently required throughout the city. For example, Capital Football currently pay council ground charges of approximately $258,000 a year. $168,000 a year of that amount comes from Class 4 funding. Another example is the Swimming Wellington and Water Safety New Zealand program would be impacted as they will not be able to provide the TOGS for Kids program in low decile schools, where children who want to undertake water education programs are enabled to do so as a barrier is removed. They are given second-hand TOGs and the funding is provided to allow them to participate. We also know that demand for gaming funding from community sport and active recreation organisations is unlikely to change, especially given the lack of viable alternative funding sources. Perhaps there's another option that needs to be explored before we put in place a policy that makes it harder for our communities to be physically active. The real problem here is how do we fund physical activity, including sport and recreation? I'd suggest that there's an alternative approach for this council to adopt. This council could indeed vote today to maintain the status quo in relation to Class 4, and then through your leadership, bring the entire region together and develop a compelling case that goes to central government to provide a more enduring funding solution to enable our communities to be physically active. In summary, Sport Wellington, based on our written proposal and my comments today, would support option C. The timing for these proposed changes does not take into account the current impact of the COVID environment. There is no viable funding sources to replace this Class 4 funding. That's the issue, and that needs to be addressed before even considering a decision that will see any sort of funding reduction. And lastly, the magnitude of the good that comes from this funding is too quickly overlooked. Finally, I believe it's important to recognise that this funding is not applied to projects or programs that are nice to haves or extras. Funding in the vast majority of cases is used to support core costs incurred in the various clubs, and indeed in many cases to keep their doors open. It is funding that enables play, active recreation and sport in your communities. It is funding that removes barriers and enables participation. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to both submit in writing and to present here today. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Phil, thank you. We have a pātai from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. It won't be a surprise to you, but you've said that if we do this, it will be harder for communities to be physically active and the TOGs for Kids program may end. What evidence do you have of this?
Yeah, so where I spoke there, Fleur, was in relation to a material impact if there is a reduction in the amount of funding that's made available. So ultimately, it's not saying the program would cease overnight. What it's saying is less people would have the opportunity to participate in those programs.
And you also talk about that your request is, do the status quo and then let's all work together to make a compelling case to government. Yeah. Wouldn't it be better to agree a sinking lid and then make a compelling case to government, because then you can say, look, in the future, we might be worried about this, you need to help us. And isn't that kind of doesn't that send a better message about sort of genuinely wanting to work together to address problems, harm resulting from problem gambling?
It's an approach, Fleur, absolutely. But my concern there again would be that while we are doing that, and I think all of us around the table would agree it is a difficult task to go to central government to secure the type of funding that we're talking about for physical activity. While we're doing that, there would be people missing out. That's my concern.
Deputy Mayor Free.
We've heard quite a bit about COVID and how that's making people feel extra nervous. But I guess my question to you is, how interconnected is the sinking lid policy with the effects of COVID? Because could you be in financial trouble regardless?
Yeah. There are a number of organisations in the sport and rec space, in particular in your communities, that live day to day. And they are reliant on any cash, any funding that they can lay their particular hands on. When that funding stops it for any period of time, it has an immediate impact on that organisation. There were a number of clubs and regional organisations who had to take some very, very serious decisions during the lockdown period and immediately after to ensure that as organisations they were still able to open their doors post-lockdown or post that immediate period. One of the biggest challenges we have as a regional sports organisation in servicing and supporting our community is enabling a lot of these organisations to run effectively as a small business. There are more out there who are less effective than are effective. But again, it comes back to my comment around the workforce is largely a volunteer workforce enabling all of these activities.
I've got a question to follow on from that. So from hearing from other submitters and what you're saying just there, do you think that our system currently is quite inefficient? Because people are telling us they spend hours applying for funding and missing out on most of it. So it feels like the system's broken already. Is that your impression of what you're helping people through?
In some instances, Jill, absolutely. But again, this is willing volunteers who might have put their hand up to be part of an organisation because they had a child who was participating in a team in that particular club. All of a sudden they find themselves in a position where they might be responsible for the funding application. So it behoves us to enable those volunteers as best we can. I'm not sure we're ever going to get 100% success rate there. I don't think it's the system that's broken. It's just the fact that our populated workforce here are largely volunteers who are extremely willing, give an enormous amount of time. Across the region, just to give you an idea, sport and recreation is enabled by over 100,000 volunteers. If you break that up into a city council perspective, that's about 45,000 people in your communities who are enabling physical activity through the donation of their time and commitment.
Do you have any idea, do people communicate why we lose people from those volunteer roles? Because I do know from people that I am friends with and work with and have talked to that it is one of the things that puts people off getting involved because there's a lot of time put into a lot of admin. Do you think that that is something that you see and hear happening?
It is a regular occurrence, no doubt. Yep. I mean, I can speak from a grandfather's perspective. My daughter supports a gymnastics club where one of my granddaughters attend. She gives up an enormous amount of time as a volunteer to enable that club to remain viable as a small business.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've run out of time for more questions, but thank you for coming and sharing your expertise, and thank you for all the time that you put in. And right now is a good time to acknowledge all the volunteers because we've been talking about that. But thank you. And I do just want to acknowledge, so that it's on the record, that Councillor Paul, who is the portfolio leader, has extended, and I think an email will go out to all of the submitters to say that she's happy to meet with anyone. It's very unfortunate she's got an RMA course today, which she just can't miss, but she is definitely available and happy to talk to anyone who's submitted today if they want to follow up anything with her. So thank you. So we're going to stop for lunch now and we'll come back at 1:45. So there's lunch down the back. People might want to go and get some fresh air for a few minutes. David Cook to come and share your submission with us. So David, you have 5 minutes, and it does go very fast, but yeah, if there is any time for questions, it's within the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for having me here. I'm David Cook. I'm a member of St Thomas Church and a member of Urban Vision. We have an intentional community that lives in and around the Newtown Park flats. I live in Mansfield Street, and my kitchen window overlooks these 10-storey apartments. And our community's involved in being part of that community and getting to know people and journeying with people in the City Council housing apartments especially, and around that neighbourhood. So I come to you with some stories of neighbours, and I come to you with a request for the sinking lid policy, in support of that, or better still, looking at a day when we don't have this addictive kind of gambling system called pokies that we think is a measure of suffering for the people in our neighbourhood. I come to you with the story of one of my dear friends in the City Council flats who's had 10 years of addiction to pokies, which created a lot of havoc in his family and pain that he's still trying to mend in terms of arguments over money. He's a man that doesn't have a lot of income, but he found a lot of recreational time in those dark spaces that we call pokies. And I've spent time in those spaces too, just looking, and I make it my business to go in and see what it's like. And it's really quite an addictive kind of pastime. So I'm coming here to say to the council, please, is there another way that we can find revenue streams to help to support our community groups? I'm fully in support of the sinking lid policy and alternative ways. I think the City Council and other authorities around New Zealand and the government need to come together and look collectively at alternative ways of funding community activities and community support. There's got to be a better way that doesn't involve the misery of people in poverty situations, giving their money to support football clubs, other kind of things, which I think are all wonderful things. They need support, but I think we need to look at alternative ways of funding and supporting these community groups, and we need to look at reducing and eliminating these really harmful, addictive spaces. That's my plea. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, we do have a question from Councillor Young.
Just wondering if you have any idea of the alternatives, what you would be thinking of?
I thought you might ask that. I don't have any alternatives. It's not my sort of mandate and job area, but I seriously think with groups of people in authorities around New Zealand, I think one of the things is to get together with other like-minded councils. I know that some councils have already gone for the sinking lid policy. Band together. Look at this imaginatively. Work on it together. That's all I can say at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. You've been very clear, David. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just looking down the list, because we've had a few people who can't come now, and then someone else hasn't arrived. So I think Lisa Jones, are you here from Hockey Wellington? Hi, Lisa, welcome. So you've got 10 minutes, Lisa, and it's quite likely there'll be some questions within that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's quite warm, isn't it? It's quite muggy. So thank you for, can you hear me? Thank you for giving me the opportunity on behalf of Wellington Hockey to provide feedback on the gambling venues policy to you all today. This submission is on behalf of Wellington Hockey and our affiliated clubs and outlines our view on the proposed changes being put forward. The preferred position of the hockey community is option C, no changes to the current arrangements relating to gaming machines and venues in Wellington. So Wellington Hockey is based at the National Hockey Stadium in Berhampore. I'm sure some of you may have come to see us from time to time, where we've got 3 hockey turfs and a pavilion that are the hub of our community. We provide hockey opportunities to more than 4,000 players, 49 clubs, colleges and schools in the Wellington region. And we have 9 clubs that are based in the Wellington City Council area. Wellington Hockey prides itself on its vision of inspiring a lifelong love of hockey and our mission of making great hockey happen. And our strategy statement is, WHA is a trusted, reliable community partner. We are here to support our community, and that is the basis on which I present to you today. So the community funding model currently used to distribute Class 4 gaming is working well. The money we receive goes directly back to our community to ensure that our members can continue to enjoy the sport they love at a reasonable cost. A very real example of this is our summer hockey program, which we started last week. We were really concerned that after paying hockey fees through the winter and the current economic climate, people would be unable to afford to play again through the summer. So we looked at our cost structure and reduced the entry fee to support our community during this time of financial pressure due to COVID. As a result, we've had more than 20 senior teams and 30 more junior and secondary teams entered this year compared to last year. So that equates to about 500 more people playing hockey than have done in previous summers. This would not have been possible without the financial support that we get from trust funding. When you look at the funding we get in a program like our summer one, we are supported in staff wages, power for our lights, equipment, and the list goes on. So when we were able to remove these costs from the program, it made it much more achievable for people to be able to play, and definitely led to an increase in people playing, therefore being active over summer. If the Wellington City Council introduce a sinking lid policy to gaming machines, the amount of money our community can access will diminish over time. This will have a negative impact on what we as a regional sports organisation can offer our community, as well as what our clubs can offer their members. We're also very concerned that any future instance of a COVID lockdown, such as what we had in April, venues closing due to the financial impact of COVID, or any number of uncontrollable events, that this could rapidly accelerate the reduction of machines available. Therefore, it wouldn't be a slow removal of money from the system, as is being described, but could be a rapid reduction that would significantly impact sport in Wellington. So currently some of the areas that we get support from Class 4 gaming is our power bill. It costs about $60,000 a year to run our lights alone, and currently that's over half of that is being subsidised from trust funders. Our community programs, I'm sure over the course of the day you've heard a lot about community programs from different sports, but we send staff into schools, do a lot of have a go programs for people that haven't played hockey before. Salaries and wages, I wouldn't be sat here if it wasn't for trust funding. I wouldn't be employed, and neither would anyone else at Wellington Hockey. Costs of our representative teams. So for a lot of children, obviously that costs us quite a lot. And without the support of gaming machine money, these children, a lot of them wouldn't be able to travel to participate. And where hockey differs from a lot of other sports is that we own many of our facilities, and these need regularly upgrading at a significant cost. And again, this wouldn't be possible without funding support. And many of our clubs apply for gaming to help towards their training and game fees. So the rent on National Hockey Stadium for us for a year is about $110,000, and we cover this through charging our clubs and our players for training and game fees, and they apply for trust funding for a lot of that. So any reduction in the Class 4 gaming proceeds would have 2 significant outcomes. Costs will become a barrier to participation, which will result in a decline in people being able to enjoy our sport, and the ability for Wellington Hockey and its clubs to be able to continue to pay for its facilities would be put under extreme pressure. So while we acknowledge the impact of problem gambling can be significant in the community, we also believe that the social benefits of sport and the people that we can impact cannot be underestimated. We see on a daily basis the importance of sport to people's health and well-being, and want to be able to keep providing this to our community without any more financial pressure than we already experience. So in conclusion, Wellington Hockey requests that the Wellington City Council retains the status quo. The impact that Class 4 gaming money can be made on the Sport and Recreation Centre, therefore on the health and well-being of Wellington's population, cannot be put in risk by choosing any other option. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. We have a few questions. Got one from Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, Lisa. Thank you very much. I was a hockey player during school, so very good sport. Just wondering, do you think there is room for some parents who might have a bit more cash to be able to donate money to the club to help those who don't have so much?
Yeah, absolutely. We did a participation fund this year exactly for that reason. We were really concerned when we came back in May that we would have a sharp decline in particularly the children being able to participate. So we did a campaign where we went out to the community and we got over $4,000 in donations from the community, and so far that's helped about 17 adults and children to be able to play hockey this year, particularly in the last couple of months when the children's rep programs have come in and people just couldn't manage it without it. So it's been lovely actually to be able to say, no problem, we'll cover that. So yeah.
Do you think that people would be prepared to do that on an ongoing basis once we've...
Yeah, it's certainly our intention. I think, there are people in the hockey community that are willing to be able to help. And so, yeah, definitely it's something we would like to keep going on an ongoing basis.
That's great. Thank you.
And Councillor Matthews.
Hi, Lisa. Thanks for coming in. I'm wondering, because already 22 local authorities have a sinking lid, and if you've heard from any of the hockey organisations in those areas about what impact that has had on their funding?
No, I haven't actually. I've actually only been in the role since January, so it's been a big learning year. I know, exactly. So I haven't managed to sort of delve into that, but we are actually, it's a good point. We're having hopefully, all going well, our third attempt at having a meeting with all the associations in a couple of weeks. So that's something that I'll definitely ask. Yeah.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Thank you very much for coming in to talk to us today. I'm just trying to work out who's here. We've had a couple of people not show again. We've got a thing here saying that we've got Tony Goldfinch here. Is that? I can't see Tony. And also Martin Cheer, but I can't see them. Are they online or? Nope. I know that John Luke is here, but you're not actually scheduled to speak till after 2 o'clock. You would be welcome to come and do it now if you want, but up to you. What's your... 10 minutes? 10 minutes, sounds good. We can just sit here for a few minutes and see what happens. Thanks. Thank you. We're not in any hurry, so that's
might get more time.
But yeah, we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So you know how it works, and yeah, if you want to allow a little bit of time for questions, that's
sure.
Really cool. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name's John Luke Day. I'm a lawyer working with the New Zealand Law Commission, but in my spare time I've been volunteering with the Problem Gambling Foundation. I'm making this submission in my personal capacity, however, and I'm speaking in support of the sinking lid proposal. Rather than speak in support of the reasons why it's a good idea, I'm going to leave that to people who work at the coalface and actually people who have suffered gambling harm firsthand because they have compelling stories. Rather, what I want to focus on today is to address some of the arguments which might be made opposing the sinking lid, so really to rebut those arguments. And the first argument, which I'm sure you will be hearing time and time again, is that it is necessary to preserve Class 4 gambling because it is a source of community funding. Now, a few points I want to make about this. First of all, a sinking lid approach is a long-term phase out. This isn't going to be funding drying up tomorrow. Pokies will only be lost from bars when those bars want to lose them. It could be several years, if not decades, before we really see an impact on Class 4 gambling in the city. So the sky is not going to fall in, and there'll be plenty of time to transition to a new funding model. I think, however, fundamentally, we have to bear in mind that this is a broken and oppressive system. It's taking money from people who suffer gambling harm and diverting it to people who do good work in the community, but it's just fundamentally wrong to rely on a system that causes harm to benefit others. Second point I'd like to address is the argument that if pokies close down, people will turn to online gambling. And the argument, I imagine, will be if there are fewer pokies in the city, people will just gamble online, and that money will go overseas, and we'll lose it from the community. It won't go anywhere. First point I'd like to make about that is I'm not aware of any research that suggests people turn to online gambling from pokies. I'd be very interested to see whether research is about that. In fact, I'd encourage you all to read the recent surveys from the Health Promotion Agency that surveyed people's gambling attitudes during lockdown and following it, because during lockdown pokies were closed. And those surveys have found that there's not really any noticeable transition to people going to online gambling when pokies aren't available. I'd also like to make the point that Parliament under the Gambling Act has given the Council specific responsibility for Class 4 gambling. Parliament hasn't given the Council responsibility for online gambling. To the extent that online gambling is a problem and the funds go overseas, which I'm dubious about, to the extent it is a problem, that's something for central government to address. It doesn't make sense that the council will allow one problem to persist in order to avoid a lesser evil situation. That's not what the council has been given responsibility for under the Gambling Act. The next point, which I think may be raised against a sinking lid, is the rates of problem gambling. I was interested to see in the social impact assessment reference to problem gambling among the population generally. Problem gambling among the population at large is relatively low, but the really material fact that the council should concentrate on is problem gambling caused by Class 4 gambling specifically, because this is the mischief which the sinking lid would address. Again, I've drawn heavily on the Health Promotion Agency's research. It's a Crown entity that research gambling habits. They report that pokies players are twice as likely to be problem gamblers than any other form of gambling. They report that a person who plays pokies at least once a month, 1/3 of those players will be at-risk gamblers. So if you play once a month, you've got a 1 in 3 chance of being an at-risk gambler. And Problem Gambling Foundation has drawn on research from the Department of Internal Affairs, which shows that about 1 in every $3 lost on a poker machine comes from someone who's an at-risk gambler. So that's 1 in every $3 lost from a poker machine comes from a very questionable source. So we're not really concerned about problem gambling in the community generally. We're more concerned about the harm pokies costs. Just in my last 10 seconds, there's an argument that's been made around the need to support hospitality because bars that host pokies get a cut of the proceeds. The Gambling Act regime is pretty clear that institutions that host pokies can only recoup expenses. It's supposed to be cost neutral. The purpose of the gambling regime is not to make hospo viable or support hospitality. the council should be only concerned about the gambling harm and the benefits that come from gambling, not the incidental effects to the bars that host. I'm out of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you provide me time.
We will have one question, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, John Luke. I've got a new argument that I've heard today, which I'm going to put you on the spot and try to get you to rebut, which is that that the sinking lid could become an immediate impact if we have an earthquake or businesses, many go out of business due to COVID. And what would be your response to that one?
I'd be cautious about overstating that impact. If there was a shutdown because of COVID or an earthquake, I'd be very surprised if it wiped out every single poker machine in Wellington overnight. I think there would be probably a hit, but I think that'd be true of all funding sources, not just pokies. So it's a problem. Problem's much wider than that, and I expect that bars would survive with pokies. So I'd be cautious about overstating that problem.
Thank you very much, John Luke. Appreciate you taking the time to come in. Yeah, and swapping times, thank you, because that is very helpful. Right, we are now we're running a bit ahead of time still. So is Martin. Yeah. So I think what we'll do is we'll get Martin Chair from Pub Charity. Welcome, Martin. So, Martin, you've got 10 minutes, and if you do want to allow time for questions, that's within the 10 minutes.
Right, how do I control this here? Sorry. Yeah, okay. Right. Where am I pointing at, sorry? There? Up there? No. We got it the right way around. There we go. No. I just need to flick through to the last slide. I just wanted to start at the end, really, if I could. Okay, can you? All right, if you go through to the last slide there. I have to say I don't know who the last speaker was, but perhaps I could start by addressing a couple of things raised there about no research into what happened in shutdown. In fact, the Minister of Internal Affairs addressed this issue in a presentation of the Gaming Machine Association. She said that there's been speculation of what would happen if gaming machines were shut down. Well, we've just found out. And here's a news report from 3 News about the impact on Sky City's profits caused by the lockdown and the actual migration of people into their online gambling site. And you'll see that last paragraph, an increase in gamblers during the second lockdown helped with revenue. There's no question. In fact, the HPA research that was referred to, I was just reading it this morning, it indicated that 8% of the gamblers trying online had never tried it before during COVID-19 lockdown. So I think we just need to be a bit careful about playing with statistics. So I've tried to stay away from any personal opinions here and just dealt with some facts. Right, so now I will start my presentation. Really, I wanted to break this down into 3 things. The preferred policy really is exercise in virtue signalling versus the empirical evidence about the effectiveness. There are some governance issues I think this committee's failed to address. And the Wellington City Council basically is a major recipient of gaming funding, and it finds itself in an odd position. There seems to be quite a disconnect between the council's intention and the executive between where they see gaming funding fitting into your operational expenditure. And I think the council itself has to address that issue as much as this policy. As far as the effectiveness of problem gambling, a sinking lid on problem gambling, I'm not going to give you my view of it, but these are 2 sources of empirical evidence. One is Max Abbott, now disgraced Max Abbott, but he wasn't disgraced for his research. He's considered a world leader in problem gambling research. And as early as 2006, he reported that studies showed that reducing machines and introducing caps and controls on machines had little impact on problem gambling prevalence. And that's backed up by the prevalence, the problem gambling prevalence rate, measured by health studies involving between 10 and 15,000 people conducted annually by the Ministry of Health, who reported that, in fact, problem gambling prevalence rates in New Zealand have probably stayed constant since the late 1990s, and certainly there's been no noticeable increase since 2006, despite the fact that a number of councils, particularly in the major centres of Auckland and Christchurch, introduced sinking lid policies on the premise that we would see a reduction in problem gambling prevalence in the community. And again, this is not my opinion, this is the Ministry of Health,
and the leading problem gambling researcher that said there's no evidence that that's had any impact whatsoever. In fact, statistically, you can. So the other promise of the great promise of sinking lids is we'd see a reduction in the amount that the community spends on gambling. So on the graph on the left, your right, my left, is the DIA's graph on the decline of gaming machines, mostly impacted by the local government policies. So there's been a 41% reduction in the number of gaming machines in the country since the Gambling Act was introduced and these policies took effect. So for those of you that are advocating sinking lids, you'd say, well, there's a fairly strong indicator that they worked in reducing the number of machines. So we haven't seen a reduction in problem gambling, but have we seen a reduction in spending on gambling in the community? And the graph on the right is again from the Department of Internal Affairs, and it reports the amount spent on gambling. And quite clearly, it's gone in the opposite direction. So the amount of money spent on gambling products in the community has actually increased. And then what we've seen is the development since probably the emergence of smart technology and broadband internet is the unmeasured component, which the DIA currently estimates about $300 million on online gambling. So the suggestion is there hasn't been any change, or it's not a significant mover in this conversation. It's just plain wrong. What it has done is affected funding, and there's a bit of a myth that we can continue to bash the sector and expect you can have your cake and eat it too, that the funding will continue. And again, we have the graph of the decline in machines, and what we've seen is a substantial reduction in the amount of money available in the community, despite the sector itself becoming more efficient and having to put up with an increase in GST. So in inflation-adjusted terms, funding since 2004 has fallen by $222 million, which just happens to be 42%. And at the same time, machines have reduced by 42%. So one thing we do know, while we see no connection between the amount of spend on gambling, we see no connection between the amount of the number of people being identified as problem gamblers. What we have done is seen a massive reduction in the amount of money available to the community. And the same thing will happen here. This issue is highly sensitive. I've been cautioned by my chairman to be quite respectful and sensitive about how I raise this.
Thank you.
But there are a number of conflicts evident in this committee that I don't believe have been addressed appropriately. So you have a councillor that's on the board of the Wellington Zoo. They're a major recipient of gaming funding. And any other recipient would have to declare a conflict of interest and stand apart under normal governance expectations. So pub charities funding alone to the Wellington Zoo has been $1.6 million. In the last 4 years. You have a councillor that's an employee of also a major recipient of gaming funding, which presents a conflict of interest that, as I'm aware, hasn't been addressed. You have another councillor that basically has shown a relationship with an anti-gaming lobby group, and this photo was taken actually before the previous discussion on the policy meeting. They're also a promoter of a major council project that's also received substantial amounts of funding from the gaming community. And as far as I'm aware, these conflicts haven't been addressed. So I guess Wellington Council has to decide what it's about. Now, I don't mind. This is a political body. You serve the will of the people and you determine what that will is. But the message would be you can't have your cake and eat it too. Wellington City Council, a major recipient of gaming funding. And your executive continues to expect cooperation and support from the sector while promoting a policy that will see the sector effectively dismantled. I think the council has to decide where it stands on this matter and what goes hand in hand with a policy that said this industry shouldn't exist, which in itself is inviting a judicial review. What goes hand in hand with that is a responsibility to redress your relationship with the source of funding itself. And that brings me back to the start, which was the end. Thank you.
For you, Martin, you put in your submission that the chair of the committee didn't call for conflicts of interest in the meeting. Have you actually watched the meeting and read the minutes?
No, I haven't.
Well, you probably should, because the mayor actually did declare a conflict and that was dealt with. So that process was followed.
Madam Chair, I understand the mayor declared a conflict of interest.
But your accusation in your thing was that there was no call for conflicts called, which is actually incorrect according to the procedure of the meeting. Anyway, we have questions from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, you've made really serious accusations that elected councillors have a conflict of interest and shouldn't participate in decisions regarding a sinking lid.
Yep.
Did you get legal advice before you made such serious accusations?
Well, I think it's naturally a conflict of interest in the same way that the Mayor declared his conflict of interest and he was involved in gaming funding and as in a body that managed gaming funding, and I would have thought the same thing would have been afforded to other councillors, which I've witnessed time and time again as I've made these presentations around the country, where councillors involved in organisations that have received gaming funding have declared a conflict of interest and stood apart from the vote.
Now, I'm aware that you got a letter from the Mayor saying he had sought legal advice and that there was no conflict of interest and he considered the matter closed. So will you stop using this intimidation tactic around the country?
Councillor, that was in relation to one particular councillor, and I raised the issue of the photo taken with the anti-gaming grobby group before the meeting. I did not raise the issue of the fact that that councillor was actively involved in promoting a project which has attracted large amounts of gaming funding. And I think as a matter of transparency and in good governance, these matters should have been tabled.
Can you find a lawyer who will tell you that any of these are a conflict of interest or not?
Well, I think there's an appearance of a conflict of interest, councillor, and I think, again, I've seen this time and time again in councils around the country where those councillors involved in organisations that receive gaming funding had declared a conflict of interest and stood apart from the decision-making process.
Councillor Matthews, you've got a question?
Yes. I'm interested that given you had advice from the Mayor that there was no conflict of interest with regard to that photo that I tweeted, which is actually a very normal thing that we do. Often we go and chat to submitters, often we take photographs. And actually the statement alongside it was very, innocuous. So I'm interested that it's still there in your submission, even though our advice from the Mayor is that it doesn't constitute a conflict of interest. I guess I'm interested on the basis of absolutely kind of no legal basis about what constitutes a conflict of interest for local government. That what would you say to Wellingtonians who voted for me and these other councillors about you trying to undermine our democratic voice on the basis of something as ridiculous as I had a photo taken?
Well, Councillor, I don't think there's any confusion between the mandate you received in an election over a broad range of issues and a very specific matter that caused me concern. What I have raised is your involvement with AMSCI, which is another project that receives significant amounts of gaming funding, and I've raised an issue about governance. Madam Chair has addressed the issue.
Okay, sorry, we've got a point of order. Okay, thank you. Yep, I think we will call this one to a stop now. Thank you for coming in to share your perspective with us. We've run out of our time, 10 minutes, so thank you. All right, we now have on Zoom, we've got Raman from Wellington Indian Association.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Raymond Shima from the Wellington Indian Association. A little bit of background, we're a community in Wellington, based in Kilburnie. We've been established since 1925 for both the general Indian community and the general community in the area. For the last few years, we've been running a series of Get Active classes. Classes such as yoga, Pilates, Tai Chi, and so forth. And the cost of these classes has always been a factor as to the number of people that would participate. And so with funding, we were able to drive those costs down considerably. And although there is still a small fee, we find that through funding, we're able to increase our attendance quite considerably. Trying to get funding in the marketplace is very difficult. I've been doing this for the last few years now, and the funding we do get comes from the One Foundation. So that's my point.
Have you finished what you'd like to say? We'll see if we've got any questions. Councillors, are there any questions? No, it seems that you were very clear, Raman. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective with us. We appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. So we now have, just checking who's here, we've got Tony Goldfinch from Lion Foundation. Kia ora, Tony, welcome. So Tony, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you.
And there may be some questions, but that will need to fit within the 10 minutes.
No problem. Now, we did send through a bit of a presentation, so I'm not sure whether you have that or not.
We'll just, yeah, we'll bring it up now.
That doesn't matter if you don't, that's fine. I don't need to push that to talk. I do? Oh, okay. I'd like to thank and congratulate the Council and the staff for providing the opportunity for the community and organisations like ourselves to make submissions. We certainly appreciate the work that's gone into this policy review. So just like to start by saying thank you very much for providing the opportunity. Look, I'm also mindful that you're probably hearing a lot of stuff that you've heard already today, so I'll try and skip through this. But a little bit of background for those in the room that don't know about the Lion Foundation. We are a not-for-profit charitable trust. We're probably one of the oldest ones in the country, established in 1985. Early next year, we hope to tick over quite a significant milestone in terms of $1 billion returned to communities throughout the country since our inception in 1985. The key thing I do want to make out is our purpose in life really is solely to distribute funds, is to generate funds and distribute those. It's not to promote or grow gambling, and that applies to the whole Class 4 sector. I mean, all our communication, everything to do in terms of our media and all that sort of stuff is to educate community organisations on how they can apply for funds and what they can apply for. And in terms of Wellington, you'll see there's some figures there of what we've distributed since January 2019 to September. And on average, we have 6 venues in Wellington City that generate, and we distribute about $2.5 million a year on average. Our submission for council is the recommended status quo, option C. The main reason for that is pretty much the current policy's working. The current cap, even though there's been capacity under the current cap, there hasn't been an increase, there's been a decrease in venues and machines. So it's kind of like, why the need for change really when, if the intention is to reduce venues and machine numbers, it's happening, you know, with natural attrition anyway. And what we've seen, the adoption of the sinking ladder, in time to hear some previous speakers in terms of the potential risk should a significant event happen. Well, I mean, Christchurch is a classic example of that. Once they're gone for good under a sinking lid policy. And what we find, if venue operators or venues are trapped in earthquake-prone buildings or whatever, they can't shift, and therefore the opportunity to generate funds from those sites is gone for good. The other thing about a non-relocation policy that people potentially don't know, it does facilitate landlord extortion. For landlords that know the rule around non-relocation will understand that those businesses cannot move. So a non-relocation just denies those businesses the opportunity, should they face significant or obscene rent increases, the opportunity to relocate their business to make them commercially viable. It also pretty much is counterproductive to what the council was trying to achieve in terms of taking some of the venues that are historically, you know, positioned and located in lower deprivation areas, to allow them to shift into areas of lower deprivation. And the other thing, you know, these businesses are important to the local community. They employ people. It's not just the funding they generate. They employ people and contribute to the microeconomy. As I said earlier, why the need for change? The current policy, as we see it, is working. There is no link between gaming machine numbers and problem gambling statistics. There's also no link between increases or decreases in gambling spend in Class 4 gaming to problem gambling rates. As you would have heard, no doubt, the problem gambling rate has stayed the same consistently for the last 4 to 5 to 6 years. all that despite a significant reduction in machines and venues throughout the country. The other thing I'd like to point out is that if you do take one particular form of gambling away, the problem doesn't go away. And I think COVID is a very real and recent example of that. And I'm sure previous speakers have talked about the move to online throughout the COVID period. Class 4 gambling's the lowest growing form of gambling in the country over the last 10 years. And yet it's through the community funding model, it's the most effective way of support. So gambling's been around for a long time, and it's not going to go away. The community funding model is the most effective way to use the proceeds of that gambling. So rather than have people forced to go to an online revenue or on your online to do their gaming and their gambling, why not put them in a social environment that has well-trained staff where the proceeds of any losses to that gambling goes back to the community? Because all you're doing is forcing the proceeds of that gambling to be inaccessible to a lot of the community groups that you've heard from today. The other thing that, in terms of Class 4 gambling, it's highly regulated. All venues have to have a harm minimisation policy that is approved by the Department of Internal Affairs. Our operations staff would probably spend 75% of their time doing harm minimisation training with staff and updating their policies. So that training allows those staff members to look for problems of behaviours of problem gambling, allows them to gain an understanding of their harm minimisation policy. It provides them with coaching on techniques on how to approach and provide help. It also provides a lot of customers with access to resources, the health promotion agency resources that are provided. And I would argue, I guess, you'll hear people say that, look, a lot of people presenting themselves to problem gambling services come from Class 4 gambling. I believe that's because they've got access to the resources that provide them the guidance of where they need to go and get that help. It also, because it's a social environment, it's face-to-face, and it provides appropriate level of supervision for people that are gambling. And then to finish, I've just like there's some well-known organisations within Wellington that get supported through the Class 4 sector, and those are just some examples that we've got as the Lion Foundation then. So Kibosh, the other point that I've heard about is obviously in terms of where a lot of the money that's generated comes from, in terms of supporting lower socioeconomic areas. Most of our funding goes into lower socioeconomic areas. In terms of our educational funding, most of that would go into decile 1 schools as opposed to decile 10. So there's certainly benefit right throughout the community. And Kibosh is a classic example of that. The next one is Wellington Free Ambulance. It's over $600,000 over the last 3 years. I'm sure everyone has had a family member or personally been involved in an ambulance service, and these guys do amazing stuff. So without that funding, I don't know where that service would go. The Lankan Institute, our most recent one, there was $100,000 granted in September for them to do their COVID research. For those that aren't familiar with the Lankan Institute, it's an amazing world-leading facility that still needs funding. In terms of sport, Watersoe Karori, one of the biggest amateur football clubs in the country, and we've supported the installation of all-weather turf, floodlights, and basically the facilities up there, the numbers and participation numbers, it's just amazing assets for their local community. And from an arts point of view, Wellington, the arts capital of the country, obviously, arts and culture are a key part of that. So there's support there around Capital Ease Festival and things like that. So that's some of the funding. And just to finally finish, just once again, thank you for the opportunity that you're providing. We certainly appreciate the work and effort that's gone into this review. So thank you very much.
Kia ora. We've got a question from Councillor Sparrow.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. One statement you did make, you said there's no link between gaming machine numbers and problem gambling rates. So hypothetically then, if we had half the number of gaming machines, are you saying that problem gambling rate would not necessarily alter? And what evidence do you have to back this up?
Well, pretty much the Class 4 sector has declined by 40% over the last 10 years, and yet the gambling rate has stayed the same over those last 10 years. So there's no link between venues or access to gambling machines and problem gambling rates.
Oh, ngā mihi, Tony, thank you for coming in today to talk with us. We appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Thank you.
We're just going to skip ahead a bit on the agenda because we've had a few people not turn up, so we are ahead of time, so people are allowed to say that they're not ready to present, but I want to just give the option to people. So I think the next person up that we have here is Mike Nell from New Zealand Community Trust. Are you ready to... Are you waiting? You're waiting. Then that's no, that's fine because there's another couple of people. So if you want to wait for a few minutes, because it is outside of your time, we've got Danny Mathumala from the Sri Lankan Association of New Zealand. Are you able to come and do your submission? Thank you, Danny. So Danny, you've got 10 minutes. Hello. Yeah, if you want to take a seat, you've got 10 minutes. There might be time for some questions within that, maybe.
Yeah. I've got I wasn't planning on coming earlier. Mine was at 3 o'clock.
Yes,
so I'm 1 hour ahead, or sort of. But I've got a meeting, which I pre-booked meeting at 2 o'clock. I have to be back in the office.
Oh, that works well then.
In Grey Street, so I'm not far. I had to rush anyway.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for being accommodating there, Danny.
No, that's all good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity once again to offering this, a time slot to have our say anyway. I represent the Sri Lanka Association. I'm currently the president of the association as well. So, in brief, we have been we are a voluntary organisation established in 16 years ago anyway in Wellington. We are based in Wellington and predominantly Wellington area, Tawa, Newlands, all that suburbs anyway we cover a range of sort of wider range, like starting from like Tawa, Linden, Newlands, Johnsonville and all that sort of area. We have got so many representatives or members, if you like, within this area. We are heavily dependent on, our activities are heavily dependent on grants actually. We don't go out to generate, apart from having fundraising events like the food stalls and that sort of stuff, we don't go out and robbing money from people sort of a thing. In return, we are giving to the community. And we have participated in many activities over the last 16 years. Wellington City Council requests for multicultural performances. We participate in Waitangi Day celebrations in Upper Hutt. We on Porirua, and some, at times we've attended Wellington as well. With our workshops, we have cultural workshops, training workshops for children, young kids, or children and young adults. Now, we can't really afford to operate these activities without the help of the grant donors. And Lion Foundation has been a very helpful support for our society over the last 10, 15 years. I have actually got, I don't have a sort of video computer presentation sort of to give, but I do have, every year they have been supporting us with funding that funding, you may ask, what is that? Where is that funding going to? That funding, actually, they have been giving us. I have been applying $2,000 for every year from Land Foundation for the venue hire. So we need to have facility to operate our workshops, if you like, weekly workshops there, predominantly Fridays and Sundays. So we spend about 2 to 3 hours on Fridays, a couple of hours on Sundays. So we need to find funding for these workshops. These workshops are actually held at Wellington City Council premises. Tawa Community Centre is, I have got a card here, right here, full time. And that money, I have to spend that money for whatever the allocated funding will have to be spent on that venue hire. So either I spend that money on Tawa Community Centre or Linden Hall, Linden Social Centre. Those are the two places that we always use. Occasionally I go to Newlands when there are no bookings. Now that money is actually, we don't retain that money for any other purpose other than paying the council. So if you stop that sort of a funding, and it's a loss to not only to the community, we won't be able to do our workshops, cultural training workshops, and in return, the council will lose that $2,000 revenue as well. So, Lion Foundation has been very supportive of all our activities. They have never declined any of our applications because we genuinely produce evidence of our workshops, the outcome of our workshops, pictorial evidence we have, and we have invited people to come along and witness the outcomes as well. We do have our annual AGM and the cultural evening, once a year sort of a thing. And in between times, as I said, we do participate in other activities like Waitangi Day celebrations and all that. So Lion Foundation has been one of the supporters. Of course, we do get funding from the pub charity, Piloras Trust, Dunedin, Sargood, Bucest is another organisation that helps us. There are like the lotteries grants. We get the Minister of Internal Affairs sort of a thing. We get support from them. So that's all I can say, that without this support, the funding, we will not be able to operate our activities for future. That is for training our kids, for the young generations, for our future presentations and that sort of stuff. So it is important that the council look at the benefits of us receiving this sort of a funding, not for any other thing, but for a value-added benefits for the community and for the training of our young generation for the future. Basically, that's all. So if you stop this sort of funding, and we will come to a halt, and we will not be able to carry on with our activities and do our fundraising. That's all. We had to either try and tax our parents for this sort of stuff, or find other ways to find funding. All right. So that's all I have to say at this stage, and unless you've got some questions sort of a thing.
There is one question from Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Danny. Just a couple of questions. Do you know roughly how many people would benefit from the activities of your association over the course of a normal year? Obviously, there are those on an ongoing basis, but all up, what sort of number?
So we have generally we have groups, different age groups, anyway, right up to adult sort of a thing. We are looking at 30 to 40 sort of people that would benefit out of this funding anyway. Yeah.
And this is the second part of the same question. Before I get on to the second question, are there ones over and above that number who are involved in workshops who aren't affiliated with you necessarily over the course of the year?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have got other organisations, the Sri Lankan, like United Sri Lanka Association and all that. There will be many participants coming to sort of witness the outcome of our workshops and the cultural presentations and that sort of stuff. We have got guitar classes, we've got violin classes, we've got cultural dancing classes, tabla classes, and many other, other classes which I haven't sort of got a full list here. But I can, I do have photos that I can. I think you have sort of visited now and again, passing sort of a thing to come and see our workshops. Yeah. So, there's a wider group of Sri Lankan community that would benefit out of this sort of funding anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, or just the other very quick question, yes or no, is the bulk of your expenses paying the Wellington City Council for venue hire?
That's right, yes. Yes, that's basically venue hire is our biggest expense out of our activities. So what Lion Foundation is giving us is actually not enough to cover the full rental, if you like. I do get a quote from Mandy Russell each year, because I need to have that evidence to apply for grants. So it comes to about $4,000 to $5,000 just for venue hire only. Then of course we go for other things like for equipment purchases and all that sort of stuff, sound equipment, time to time. We conduct our quiz nights every year too. So yeah, trust house funds, that sort of stuff, yeah, for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Danny, for taking the time to come in and share with
us
today.
Thank you.
I
hope you will take it positively, my comments anyway.
Thank
All right. Sorry, I was a little bit ill-prepared maybe that for the short period, but...
Fine, it was good. Thank you.
Thank you. Kira.
Mike, I think you are maybe ready. Thank you. So just for everyone else who's sitting there, we are running a bit ahead of time, so we're just seeing if people are ready to come forward a little early. Means you can get back onto your day and we're not holding you up. But welcome, Mike. I'm not sure who you've got with you.
This is Tania Paiges, our Communications Manager.
Thank you.
I will note I do have a conflict of interest. I'm the independent chair of AMSCI, which is a joint council project. I do want you to know that I'm not involved in the grants process in any way, and I were not present for any grant applications to AMSCI. But I do support money going to AMSCI.
Thank you. So you've got 10 minutes and questions have to fit within the 10 minutes.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to come and speak to you today. We're just going to run through a few slides that will just summarise the main points of our written submission, which I hope you've all seen. So we know from work done by the Ministry of Health that gambling is a popular activity in New Zealand, and we know that 75% of Kiwis regularly participate in gambling for entertainment. We also know that about 13% of Kiwis enjoy using gaming machines in pubs and clubs. So I'll just hand over to Mike now, and he'll talk a little bit about our position on your proposed policy.
Yeah, look, I used to promote Wellington as having the most sensible policy up and down the country. The cap-based approach is sensible. The sinking lid is flawed in its genesis in that it's not a harm mechanism, a harm prevention mechanism. That's been proven. And I just want to make you aware, as some previous speakers had, if we have a force majeure event in the city or a COVID lockdown that's going to shut venues for 2 months or more, you will have casualties, and it's a double black diamond slope. Funding will be cut immediately. So the 16 million that comes into the city now will have a serious impact. I applaud your place and seat here talking for the community, but I do question whether the community really does understand and the council is just the importance of this funding and how it reaches. So the sinking lid doesn't help harm minimisation, but it certainly does help playing or gambling in a controlled environment. Just point out that after the last review, the relocation provision within the CBD was stopped, where really, if you're looking at a harm min tool, that would be a good one to bring back in. So.
So NZCT, we returned $1.8 million to Wellington region in the last year. However, of course, that was substantially reduced by the fact that all of our venues were closed for a couple of months over March and April because of COVID-19. So the normal amount we would return to Wellington will be more like 2.8 million in a typical year. And Mike, I think you've got the figures for how much comes back from the whole sector.
Yeah, the Class 4 sector. So GMAN's, the industry voice, has, with DIA and Sport Wellington, commissioning an independent analysis of grants. 2018 looks like about 16.8 million, 18, 13.5, and 17 about 17.4 million. So it's significant money that just simply can't be replaced anywhere else without an impact on your ratepayers.
So, Mike, do you want to talk to this one?
Yeah, I think if you look at the Gambling Act, it's ultra vires to say that the Gambling Act puts a prohibition on pokies. What it does put in its principles is to minimise harm and to control the growth. And you've seen the controlling of growth in those numbers of 25,000 down to about 15,000 machines now. Just also picked up earlier from someone, on top of paying a problem gambling levy, which creates about 20 million from gambling sectors to people like PGF to do their good work. Societies like NZCT, we estimate we put another 600 to 700,000 a year into techniques to help those that need help. If you look at the area where we can control or where we can conduct gambling and the investments in technologies to help those people, it's quite significant. So it is the best place, we believe, in which to gamble if you're so way inclined to do so.
So just putting a bit more context around the statement that we made that we don't think a sinking lid is the right policy for Wellington because it is really not a harm reduction tool. You can see from the graph that over the period from 2003 to 2018, about 10,000 gaming machines were removed from the New Zealand hospitality sector by natural attrition. But over that period of time, the problem gambling rate remained pretty much the same. It varied from sort of about 0.7% to 0.2%, depending on which study you read. But as an average, it was around 0.5%, and it's been that way all the way through. So we can see no correlation between getting rid of gaming machines and reducing problem gambling. And of course, problem gambling is an addiction. It's a very complex one. It has a lot of comorbidities, and just by simply removing gaming machines, you're not going to remove the addiction of problem gambling. Gamblers will go somewhere else.
Just, I think, Tanya, it'd be useful for councillors. During lockdown COVID, I heard earlier a response that there wasn't an increase in online gambling. That couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, it was the Health
Promotion Agency, yeah.
That stated that there was 8% of new players going online and a 12% increase in gambling from those that had already registered online. So that can be found in the HPA document.
Yeah, so that's an extra 20% of people on gambling online, and many of whom are probably still gambling online, even though the pubs are open again now, and we think that's a concern. As Mike's already mentioned, there is a substantial problem gambling levy in place, which we contribute to, and about $20 million for the health sector to do their good work. And we do realise it is a balancing act for you as a council to balance the harm that could potentially be caused by the machines with the funding that comes back to the community. And as you've just heard from the previous submitter, there's a lot of good work that gets done with the money that gets returned. Just as a reminder, as I said before, between 2003 and 2018, 10,000 gaming machines disappeared. And just to give you an idea of what that meant for community funding, in 2003 there would have been about $89 million more then available in the community funding pot than there was in 2018 or there is now. So that's a big chunk of money, and just to give you a sense of how far that money would go, NZCT's median grant is $8,000. So if you divided $89 million by 8,000, that's a lot of extra organisations that could be benefiting from the money. So reducing gaming machine numbers has reduced hasn't reduced the problem gambling rate, as we saw from that graph, but it has reduced the community funding by quite a significant amount.
I think, too, as a final close, look, we understand there's a lack of evidence about the benefits of gambling and how that benefits the community. Pleased to state that GMANS, the Gaming Association, is conducting that research now. Everyone wants to come from an evidential basis when they make decisions, I'm sure, and early in 2021 we should have a significant research document published on benefits. Thank you.
So just one final slide, just a bit about relocations. We do think your relocation clause needs to be amended. There is good evidence that helping problem gamblers by moving venues out of high deprivation areas is a fact, and we know that that's what you're trying to achieve with your relocation clause, but stopping venues moving within the CBD doesn't provide any support to your local hospitality businesses and jobs, because that basically means that once their machines, if they have to close down for any particular reason, and if they don't have their machines running for 6 months, those machines are gone, and so that income stream is lost to them if they do then move to another venue eventually. It also allows you as a council to respond to future needs if you have a more flexible policy, and it allows the benefit of and the responsibility for problem gambling minimisation to be placed on the hands of the venue operators rather than landlords who have no responsibility for what goes on in their buildings. So that's all we have to say. So thank you for listening, and we are happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We've got two, one from Councillor Fitzsimons and then Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you do. I think you said that a sinking lid is not the right option for Wellington. Do you think a sinking lid is the right option in some areas?
Personally, no. I don't think it's effective. I think if we put all of our energy and time into controlling gambling, look, Tanya mentioned comorbidity is there, and if you actually dissected those people with serious problem gambling, you'll find the comorbidities. So I think we should all combine our heads around how do we do more in a controlled environment rather than have our grandkids at home under the bed with a credit card voting on gambling online.
And I just wanted to ask about, you also said gamblers will find them, the machines, but you also supported relocations. How do you reconcile those two positions?
Sorry, could you state the question again?
I think you originally said on one of your earlier slides that, you move the problem and gamblers will find them wherever they are, and so you reduce the numbers, that people will go looking for them. But you also suggested that moving machines out of high deprivation areas, I think, was a good idea.
I think that might have been the previous speaker.
Oh, am I getting you confused?
But no, it's a very good question. But if we look at it, the CBD is the best place to conduct gambling. If you do have high deprivation areas, bring the machines into the CBD. I tell you, if you go down Cuba Street at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday night and look at your typical gambler, it's not the most deprived person in the city. I'm telling you, go and do it. It's interesting. But you will go to some areas and there will be some very sad cases. So.
Well, ngā mihi korua. Hang on, sorry, we've got enough time for Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, thank you so much for your submission. Just wanted you to expand on one of the points raised last, that the income stream will be lost to the venue if they have to shut for 6 months. But my understanding is that the machines are there and are cost neutral and don't give back to the people who host the machines?
No, sorry. The way the venue operator is recompensed is a percentage of the turnover of that machine. So immediately the machines aren't playing, there's no income coming in from the machines, but neither is there in a force majeure event any income coming in. We've been very fortunate at the government's response and some of those relief packages, but realistically, if we have another event, they won't continue anywhere near the level we've seen. So some businesses are on a knife edge with solvency. We've had a lot of people under stress. Auckland, the second time it went into lockdown, you could actually feel a different stress level. So let's hope we don't have another lockdown.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both for taking the time to come in today. We appreciate you doing it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Gerhard Birking from Mapu Maya. I realise it's a little bit before the time that you were expecting, but as you can see, we're running well ahead of time at the moment. So, an hour early. When does that ever happen? Thank you. Sorry. So, Gerhard, you've got 10 minutes, and if you want to allow some time for questions within that 10 minutes, you're welcome.
Yep. Sorry, you just caught me off guard there.
just, yeah, we're not in any hurry at the moment.
Madam Chair, members of the Council, good afternoon. Maloni, happy Tokelauan Language Week. Thank you for having me in to present today on Mapumaia's position regarding Wellington City's Class 4 gambling policy. I'm here to state our argument in favour of a comprehensive sinking lid policy and explain from a Pacific lens why it's important for you to support such a policy. Firstly, some background on Mapumaia services. Mapumaia are a Pacific problem gambling service that work to promote and protect the public health of Pasifika people and communities throughout New Zealand. Our team of counsellors, we work with Pacific families and communities experiencing gambling harm. We meet them in their homes, in our office, and out in the community. It's in these spaces where that we see the harms that pokies are causing today. Not just to the gambler, but those close to the gambler, partners, parents, children, friends, etc. In fact, PGF's clinical data shows in 2018 to 2019, pub and club EGMs were identified by just over 50% of Pacific clients at PGF as their primary problem mode across all modes of gambling. And these were roughly the same amount. Sorry, I just realised my PowerPoint's not up.
Here we go. Oh, it's coming. We'll give you a bit of extra time. Yeah, it was just there. You just had it. There we go. Coming up. Cool, thank you.
Cool. So, sorry, as I was saying, so over 50% of Pacific clients at PGF identified their primary problem mode as EGM, pub and club EGMs. And they were roughly the same amount, there were roughly the same amount of affected other clients as gambler clients. This to us highlights how the true extent of harm is played down by statistics shared by the gambling industry. Pasifika families and communities, they share this burden of harm with the gambler. And this burden includes financial harm, obviously, and debt, loss of accommodation or belongings, family violence, child neglect, as shown through the research like AUT's National Gambling Study. Research also points out that across New Zealand, Pacific communities are more likely to live in areas with higher deprivation, greater opportunities to gamble, and are twice as likely to experience moderate to severe gambling harm than those identifying as European/other, sorry. In Wellington City, it's no different for Pasifika when it comes to opportunities to gamble. Please allow me to explain using the Capital and Coast District Health Board Pacific Population Health Profile Report for November 2019 and Class 4 gambling data made publicly available by the Department of Internal Affairs. So Wellington City is home to 8,928 Pasifika people, with concentrations in certain areas. Two notable geographical areas are the Strathmore-Berrenport corridor and also the Johnsonville-Tawa junction. And you can see in this area, you know, for Wellington City last year, $40 million was lost from players. And there's 40 Class 4 venues, 633 machines. Now, the Strathmore-Berrenport corridor and Johnsonville-Tawa junction are two areas that have high concentrations of Pasifika, but also have high concentrations of Wellington City's current pokie machines, what we like to call pokie hubs or clusters. So here you can see the Strathmore-Berrenport corridor. It's home to 33% roughly of Wellington City's Pasifika people. So 1/3, it's the largest concentration of Pasifika in the TLA. Of this group, over 60% live in medium to high deprivation areas, according to the NZ Deprivation Index. Why is this significant? The MOH's strategy to prevent and minimise gambling harm from 2019 to 2022 document supports that people living in areas of high social deprivation were 4.5 times as likely to experience gambling-related problems, arguments or money problems relating to gambling. In this area, there's 11 Class 4 venues, 172 pokie machines, so 27% of the TLA total. This is the second largest cluster in Wellington City. And then you have the Johnsonville Tower Junction, which hold just over 22% of the Pasifika population. There are 8 Class 4 venues, 113 pokie machines. It's the third largest cluster in Wellington City. And the DIA website was able to share, they got their cluster just right because they put suburbs together. It makes it quite difficult to get the spend on each suburb, but they put Johnsonville Tower there to see. So $8,600,000 in player losses. When you round that down to per machine, it's actually higher than the Wellington average by about 10,000, I think, per machine. And obviously the largest one is in Wellington CBD with 16 venues, 261 pokie machines, sorry, and it's the largest cluster, yes. When you merge both Strathmore to Berempore and then Johnsonville Tower, you get 45% of Wellington's total pokie machines. And when you add it to the CBD, it adds to 86% of Wellington's total. So that's basically the other 14%, there aren't any significant clusters. So basically what it tells you, there's 3 hubs, 2 of which are Pacific dense areas. And that's exactly what that national research and all that suggests, is that Pacific live in areas with higher opportunities to gamble, and we experience high rates of moderate to severe harm relative to New Zealand and European Pākehā. So yeah, this is a significant problem for Pasifika people living in Wellington City because, like national data, we have disproportionately presented with more opportunities and consequently the harms that come from pokies. So the Department of Internal Affairs can't release exact figures for what each venue makes in player losses, but the distribution of machines would suggest that a significant amount of the 40 million lost in Wellington in 2019 came from Strathmore, Berempore, Johnsonville Tower, and the Pacific communities within them. Mapumaya submit that Pacific communities are not at fault for living in the wrong geographical area, but rather that Class 4 pokie machines are spread inequitably, which in turn place Pasifika at relatively high risk of harm. We do not support the idea of relocation permitted within the policy, as that would merely be shifting harm from one area to another, from one community to another. And as a group that has seen and been part of the Pacific community, we don't wish to pass that harm on to another suburb, group or community. Rather, we just want to support the gradual reduction of that product in our community. So Mapumaya submit that a comprehensive sinking lid with no relocation for Class 4 gambling can go some way in addressing the poor statistics shown in problem gambling for Pasifika living in Wellington City as well as New Zealand. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora. Have you got a patai? Councillor Matthews.
Thank you so much for your submission. I was wondering, we've had a lot of people here today talk to us about opportunities that gambling funding is providing to, you know, kids from low socioeconomic areas, Pacifica kids, refugees and migrants, to participate in activities and sports. What would you say to those people? You know, what's your view of that argument?
Oh, please remember, before the money gets rebranded and distributed, it comes from the most vulnerable communities in our country, and we see them day to day, and that's something that that we take quite seriously. We have families who we need to help. There's a lot of harm that goes under the radar. you know, there's only so many people that actually present, and there's so many more people harmed out there that we see as well, being on the front lines and on the ground. So I'd say, you know, it's not that these groups don't deserve to have teams and good things. It's just at what cost? The social cost that it comes with, we feel, is not justified.
Well, whakawhitai, thank you, Gerhard, for coming in today. Tofa nei. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia
Whawhatai lava.
Yeah, kia ora. So we're going to have a break now. We got ourselves well ahead of time, but this is the time we were meant to have a break. So we will come back at 25 past, and hopefully some of our next submitters will be here. I know that we've got one here already, but I think it's a good idea that we have a wee bit of a breather and go to the... Sorry, what's that? got Todd Bryant from Capital Football. Welcome, Todd. Thank you for coming in. So, Todd, you've got 10 minutes, and if you want to allow some time for questions within that 10 minutes, it would be fantastic.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. I flicked through a presentation.
It's just coming up now.
Well, kia ora. Firstly, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak to our submission on the gambling venues policy statement of proposal. My name's Todd Bryan, and I'm here today to represent Capital Football and our 42 clubs across the Wellington region, 14 of which fall within the City Council's remit. Before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge that we know there's a social cost to gambling when this becomes a problem for individuals impacting family and friends. However, for the sake of balance, the vast social value created by funding generated from gambling must also properly be acknowledged. Children in particular are beneficiaries of the application of these funds. Our position is to propose option C, no change. Class 4 gambling is already well regulated to provide financial return to community sport for the benefits of players. Attempts to reduce or remove this opportunity will have undesirable consequences over time. It is Capital Football's understanding that sinking lids are founded on error. Less machines resulting in less harm is incorrect by facts provided by the Ministry of Health over the past 15 years. So today I just want to talk you guys through 4 key points from Capital Football. Firstly, the value of sport in our community, the City Council being second-hand recipients of Class 4 gaming, the timing and lack of viable options, and evidence to justify change. So the value of sport. So Capital Football's mission is to provide, develop and safeguard the future of football in the wider Wellington region. We have 42 clubs, just over 22,000 players, and we're the largest sporting organisation in the Wellington region in terms of player base. And all these players and clubs benefit from Class 4 gaming. Capital Football and our clubs play a support role in providing opportunities for players, coaches, referees, volunteers, supporters and administrators to be involved in community sport. And Class 4 gaming plays a pivotal role in providing funding for these opportunities. So 14 clubs from within the City Council region annually apply and access Class 4 gaming to cover the costs of ground charges set by the Council. There are 2 clear, obvious issues here for us. Firstly, the City Council will potentially be removing access to Class 4 gaming funds that go directly back to them for payment for the use of their grounds. And in the current environment under COVID-19, people do not need any added financial pressure. We believe it's irresponsible of the Council to suggest otherwise. So Capital Football estimates that 258,000, being 90% of the total City Council ground charges for matches and trainings, are successfully applied for and granted through Class 4 gaming. The number is football alone. It would be well and above $500,000 if we were to factor in the other major codes. The Wellington City Council gaming venues policy statement of proposal fails to address this. We have published our submission on our website and have circulated this to our clubs. Please be aware that we have not posted this on this particular point in relation to the City Council being a recipient to Class 4 gaming via our social media channels. However, depending on the outcome from the City Council decision, this remains an option for us. Question is, why now? We believe timing is wrong and there's a real lack of alternative options in this environment. COVID-19 has had a devastating effect on many sectors, including sport, because of the lockdown impacting the flow of secure income from gambling machines and the inability to access Class 4 gaming and for them to hold reserves. We are yet to see the full impacts of COVID-19, and it's suggested that it won't be until 2021, 2022 we'll see the real effects on sport. Fewer machines mean fewer grants. In the last 12 months, funding generated was across the wider region for Class 4 gambling was $61 million, and 16.9 of that was for the community sport in the Wellington City. There are no other sources of funding currently that would provide a substitute for the amount of Class 4 funding being accessed to the community. And machines are already at risk due to COVID-19 as licensed premises have many challenges ahead of them. Organisations like ourselves are working really hard to diversify our income. However, such income is difficult to access. And as the country does move into a recession, it'll make funding a lot more difficult to access. So we believe now is not the time to put further pressure on community sport. It's Capital Football's opinion that there is little evidence to justify change from the status quo. New Zealand has one of the lowest problem gambling rates in the world, according to the Game Machine Statistics and Research paper. Problem gambling rate is at 0.2%. From what we understand, there has been no significant rise in the number of machines or venues. We understand that since 2004, venue numbers have reduced, and that gambling machine numbers have also reduced by 25% over the past 10 years. However, the level of gambling and problem gambling rate has remained the same over this period. Online gambling is a major issue. As we saw through COVID-19 lockdown, people who want to gamble will find other ways to do so. Online gambling options are more harmful as a consequence of being unsupervised, less regulated, incentivized to encourage more gambling, and using virtual money rather than cash. And there's no return to the community. So to summarise, our position, I believe we've clearly outlined, is option C for no change. Until there's a real solution to replace the 16.9 million that our sport accesses in the Wellington City, Capital Football and our clubs believes the City Council proposal will cause more harm than good. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on your proposal, and I do welcome any questions you guys do have.
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. I'm interested in a comment you made, which I've also heard in a few and read in a few submissions today, that you talk about gambling harm as affecting individuals and their families and friends, but then talk about the social good that comes from the community grants as being a wider community issue. Are you sort of saying that there's no wider social harm from problem gambling?
I'm not arguing that there's no social harm from problem gambling. I'm just asking this group to look at the benefits of Class 4 gaming, that it provides kids, adults, youth to access sport and have the opportunity to be involved in physical activity, be part of a community, and look after their well-being. So I'm not arguing that there's no social harm from gambling. I understand that. What we're trying to, I guess, explain is that if you remove the ability to access funding, it's going to have a massive impact on the other side of the fence as well.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on a comment you made, and thank you for your work, and my kids play, and I love that you're amazingly well organised.
Thank you.
I just want to pick up on a comment you made about you won't put it on social media now that the council will miss out, but you will if we go through with it. Wouldn't it be better to put it on now so that everyone knows, like given that we're now in the deliberation stage?
Yeah, we also want to make, you guys have got a process around this, and we believe that if we did put that on social media, our members would be really, really unhappy. We want to make sure that we go through the right channels and offer an opportunity, like we have here today, to actually discuss this issue.
Okay. I guess I would say don't be afraid,
Yeah.
make your position clear, it's fine.
It's quite I believe it's a little bit of a radical approach. You guys sitting here today and listening to me, I think it's a good start.
Just one more question then. Are you aware that even with a sinking lid, it's not like the funding's going to disappear overnight? This is likely to take quite a number of years, possibly even decades, for it to have the kind of drastic impact, if ever, that you're suggesting?
Yes, I understand that as well. We're just really worried that over time the funding will eventually go down, and if there's no alternative source, then what are we actually going to do about it? So if there was a sinking lid in place and there was alternative funding, or there was a solution, I think when cigarette smoking used to sponsor sport, I think Spoke Free became available for sport to access funding. So something like that would be fantastic. But we just want to make sure that we future-proof and make sure community sport is sustainable as well.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you for the work you do, and I think a lot of this debate is about funding. But I was really interested in the comment you made that children are the beneficiaries of this fund, and I wonder how you balance that with the fact that children are also disbeneficiaries of the huge loss of the funds that go out of private families and leave families in really struggling, terrible circumstances. And we know that's the case because we do hear from those families. So how do you weigh that up, that social cost against the social benefit? Because that's kind of where we're going with this.
Yeah, that's probably the most challenging question. That's probably why we're here today. I don't actually know the answer to that. What I've just said before is we really want to make sure that you look at the other side of the fence as well, and I know that there are a lot of social costs to families who have gambling issues within those families. I guess my challenge to the council and to people in the community is how else can we help support those families and come up with some other solutions that doesn't have a direct effect on sport. I don't know if that answers your question, but it is, if we had the answer to that, we probably would be in a better position.
Well, kia ora, thank you, Todd, for coming in today
Thank you
to
very much.
talk with us. We appreciate you taking the time to do that. Kia ora. I'd like to welcome Tim Shanahan from Tennis Central region. Kia ora, Tim. Thank you for coming in. And so, you know how this works, 10 minutes, and question time within the 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'd like to start by actually not talking about the subject, but just thanking Council collectively for the support they've been showing Tennis Central and Wellington Tennis Inc. in recent years. We are progressing works at the Renewed Tennis Centre, which you are supporting through the Sportsville Partnership Fund. We were able to host a fantastic Federation Cup tie earlier in the year. Once again, Council was a partner in that event. So you do so many wonderful things for the sport of tennis at the present time that I've got to sit here and admit we are incredibly grateful. And I don't want anything I'm about to say suggest otherwise, and hopefully what I say doesn't suggest otherwise. So we'll go from there. I don't really want to say a lot because I think you've heard from a lot of organisations, you've heard from a lot of sporting groups, and the message from the sporting groups is not going to be different from group to group. We're all in the same position. We're all trying to make our sport as cheap as possible for participants so that cost is not a barrier to participation. And one of the key ways that we achieve that outcome is the funding that comes from the gaming trusts. And without that, we'd have to charge more to deliver the same services and likely lose participants because costs would become too great for many. So clearly I'm sitting here today in support of option C. And the main reason I want to say I'm in support of option C is not from a regional sports body, but from a club perspective. And I'm sitting here as a CEO of a sport representing a number of clubs, 17 of which are based in Wellington. And my main concern with a sinking lid is where are the venues that over time lose machines? And I want to, I guess, reflect on a piece of legislation that was put forward to central government in 2012. It was called the Gambling Harm Reduction Policy. And one of its recommendations was that the proceeds from gaming machines were distributed in the ward in which they were generated. And for me, that's a real concern for the future of clubs. If we have, over time, sinking lid result in machines disappear from certain areas, clubs in those areas, those wards, potentially become unsustainable because it's no longer affordable for participants in those localities. And this is where it's not a matter of considering one piece of legislation in isolation from other pieces of legislation. It's very much about looking at that total package in terms of what local government and central government collectively are looking to deliver, and making sure that over time we're not putting in place multiple pieces of legislation that actually work together in a negative way for the likes of the sports sector and the greater recreation sector. So from my perspective, while I am happy to acknowledge introducing a sinking lid policy will not result in a reduction in funding anytime soon, and it may be a very long time before that occurs, as the CEO of a regional sports organisation, I have an obligation to not only think about my current membership, but my future membership. And this is the opportunity right now to make sure I'm putting a statement out there that supports the interests of tennis, other sports and other community groups longer term. The other final comment I'll make is in the past week there's been talk, firstly from Sport Auckland or Active, with regard to a review of sport and the funding within sport. There's been talk subsequent to that about it being more of a national review. That may be a piece of work that's worth considering before making any policy changes. And that's it, because I'm sure everything else you've heard already.
We have heard a lot, but it's good to hear your perspective, and thank you for sharing that with us. Do we have any questions, Councillor Fitz?
Yeah, I just want to ask about the comment you made around the legislation, providing it goes back to the local communities, because I understood that was a recommendation that never was actually...
Most of the bill wasn't actioned.
Yeah. So
because of the feedback from
Yeah, so I just want to check that it's not a requirement, but
it's not a current requirement, but
cool.
There's no reason why that couldn't be put up again in the future.
No, all good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Looks like that's all the questions.
Good work.
Thank you, Tim,
Thank you, everyone.
for coming in. Appreciate that. I'd like to welcome Stephen Woodward. Welcome, Stephen. Thanks. Hey. So, Stephen, you've got 5 minutes, and if there's any time left within that 5 minutes, there might be some questions.
To my concern, I am speaking on behalf of recovering gamblers. I am a recovering gambler myself. And, I would sit at poker machines for hours spending money. I particularly do not want any more poker machines in Newtown or anywhere else. I've seen devastating effects of gambling and harm that it causes in a breakup of families and the constant arguments of money. Basically, my thing, please think about the devastation that your council will be doing if you put more pokies in pubs. Thank you for your time.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't on the thing. Thank you, Stephen, for coming in. Councillors, are there any questions for Stephen? I think you were really... Have you got one, Deputy Mayor Free?
I think it's interesting, the issue you raised about the harm to families.
Yep.
And, we were hearing just before about, some children are beneficiaries of the funds. But what's your view about the fund, how children are affected by the funds that are not there because they've gone on pokie machines? Do you have a view on that? Possibly not a personal view, but maybe from other things you've seen?
The Salvation Army always picks up the pieces of families who have been destroyed by poker machines and gambling. That's what I've seen.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for coming in to talk and share that with us today. We appreciate you doing that. Thank you. All right, so now we've come to Jared True from the Gaming Machine Association of New Zealand. Welcome, Jared. So you've got 10 minutes, and I imagine there will be some questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just bringing it up now.
Thank you. I'm Jared True. I represent the Gaming Machine Association of New Zealand. We represent the vast majority of gaming societies throughout the country. The association supports option C, the status quo. We support the current caps. The current caps are reasonable given the very low problem gambling rate, the benefits that come from the local gaming machines and the growth of online gambling. The problem gambling rate by international standards is extremely low. One study has it at 0.1%, another study at 0.2% of the adult population. And of course, that's all forms of gambling, not simply gaming machine gambling. If we look at other cities of similar size, Wellington has an extremely low problem gambling rate. If you look at Hamilton, roughly similar size, they had 103 new problem gambling presentations. Wellington only had 63 new presentations. So in comparative terms, the problem gambling rate here is lower than other cities. There is no direct correlation between gaming machine numbers and problem gambling. In the last 10 years, we've seen a quarter of our machines being removed from the market. However, in the same time, the problem gambling rates stayed the same. It's plateaued. The current policy is working well, the status quo. Since 2004, venue numbers in the city have reduced from 75 to 40. In our submission, there's no need for any further reduction. There's no new evidence that's come up in the last 3 to 4 years. There's been no increase in harm over the last 3 or 4 years that would justify a sudden change in policy to the most restrictive option that's possibly could be set. In contrast to that, though, the demand for grant funding, especially post-COVID, has never, ever been higher. A range of benefits that come from gaming. Player entertainment, 67% of adult New Zealanders participate in some form of gambling at least once a year. We pay in a 12-month period, we pay about $6.5 million through to support our local hospitality businesses. There was a comment before that our venues do this on a cost recovery basis. About 5 to 6 years ago, we had a system where they used to get paid their costs plus a margin of 25%. Now they get paid a commission, which is roughly 16%. It is very much part of their commercial operation. It does support the commercial businesses. We pay $15 million annually in taxes from the local machines. That helps to fund schools, roads, hospitals, etc., of course. And significantly, the Wellington region's a large recipient of funding in a 2-year period. In 2017, 2018, over $61 million. And locally to the Wellington City in 2019, we estimated over $16 million in funding as well. That funding is extremely valuable. It's simply not able to be replaced. The Problem Gambling Foundation has sort of gone away from talking about the harm as such, and given that it's got so low now, and their focus as well, if we took the money that's spent on gaming machines, if we took all the machines away, then somehow that money would then go to the local retail sector, and that retail sector would then be able to make grants and sponsorship. I just don't think it's realistic to suggest if you took the money away from people that were gambling, that all of that money would suddenly instantly go to the local hospitality sector, the local retail sector. And I also think it's unrealistic to think if there was an increase in retail spend, then all of a sudden you'd have these businesses making commercial sponsorship a year of around $16 million. And you know, New Zealand's a free society. Adult New Zealanders should be free to spend their disposable income as they see fit on lawful entertainment options. The Problem Gambling Foundation's report also looked at all the benefits that would come if all this money was spent in the retail sector, but didn't take into account what would happen if the money that's going through the existing system was removed. So their analysis didn't look at the money that's currently, the grant money that's given out to buy rugby balls and cricket equipment, etc., that is currently spent at the local retail stores already. That money would of course be lost if you remove the machines. Their report doesn't take into account the large number of wages that we fund. We fund teachers, counsellors, coaches. If those wages weren't available, then there would be natural reduction in retail spend. And it also doesn't take into account if we remove the money that goes through to the hospitality businesses at the moment by way of the venue payment we pay them, that would be a disadvantage as well. I'd also like to talk about the move online. This is particularly relevant from what we saw over the COVID break. The move to online is here, it's real. When was the last time any of us bought a CD to listen to our favourite music track? Last time we saw a new video store open? When was the last time any of us used the yellow pages to find a local electrician or a plumber? The top picture there, top left, is way back. You just give people 2 coins and they'll gamble. To people playing 2-up. Top right-hand corner is one of our venues. If you give me your phone or your tablet, within 3 minutes I can have you playing exactly the same games that are at our venues on your phone or on your tablet. The only difference will be is that the game will offer a higher prize and the game will be faster, and it will be done via a credit card or via a debit card. Online gambling's real. Even Sky City has got their own online casino now. In 2017, as the government did an analysis and looked back at the money that was estimated to go offshore. Back then, it was estimated to be $300 million. It wouldn't surprise me if that figure's now doubled. Also, a couple of years back, we had a look at the TAB's turnover that's through the online system. That was around 60%. Again, I would expect that to have increased now. The online gambling rate is growing exponentially, growing between 12 and 20% every year. We look at our situation and the online situation. Our gambling's done in public venues. The gamblers are supervised by trained staff. The maximum you can bet on our machines is $2.50. The maximum prize you can win is $1,000, and you actually need cash in your pocket to play. In the online world, it's done from the privacy of your own home. You can lose your home without leaving it. There's no venue staff there to provide support and to provide assistance. The prizes are unlimited, and it's all done via credit cards or debit cards. We pay a problem gambling levy that contributes $20 million to help support the Problem Gambling Foundation and the Salvation Army. There's no money is generated from the online world to provide any of that support. We have an R18 restriction in place. The online environment's very easily accessed by minors. We don't offer any inducements to gamble. The online world, if you spend a lot of money, you become a platinum customer and you get free credits added to your account. We have an exclusion order system that's in place. We also contribute to taxes. We pay a 20% gaming duty, pay 15% in GST. We provide local employment, and if you win on our machines, you're guaranteed to get your prize. Online gambling provides no tax revenue, it doesn't generate any local employment, and if you win a prize, there's no chance that you'll actually get paid out. During the lockdown, my phone was ringing every 2 or 3 days from people saying, I've won a prize from an online casino and they're not paying out. The online casinos are worse than insurance companies when it comes to actually winning a prize, actually getting the money out. And if you're lucky to actually enough to have them pay it to you, then getting through the anti-money laundering system and actually getting into your bank account becomes an absolute nightmare. Thank you for that, and welcome your questions.
We do have quite a list of questions. Thank you, Jared. We're going to start with Councillor Condi. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. I'm looking at the Health Prevention Agency survey right here, and it says that most of the online gambling that happens in New Zealand happens actually at New Zealand websites. So I've got Lotto, Instant Kiwi, the New Zealand TAB, and Sky City Online Casino. I'm assuming that all of those places actually comply with New Zealand law and provide, for example, money for treatment and all those sorts of things. So in your slides, when you're saying online gambling doesn't do all of these things, what you really mean is offshore online gambling.
Great.
Okay. The other question I had is around you're talking about the rate of problem gambling presentations being fairly steady. And I guess my question there is, what about the problem gamblers who don't present? It's a situation that we see as a woman. We talk about, sexual assault and stuff. We see, actually, we know there's an underlying rate that's much, much higher than the rate of people who show up to the police. What do we know about that in the problem gambling?
Yeah, absolutely. The point I was making is I'm not saying that there is 63 problem gamblers in Wellington City. I'm just saying if you compare it with other cities of similar size, your rate comparatively is low.
Thank you, Deputy Meffrey.
In the fact that you said you were happy to keep the same caps, but what's your view about the fact that some parts of the city have a lot of machines and other parts don't have very many at all? And that was described by a submitter as earlier on as disgusting, that we have lots in one area of the city and others are untouched. So are you happy with that option staying like it is? And my other question is, what do you think of option B, which nobody's actually discussed, which is to reduce the caps down to by 87. I think it's by 87 or to it.
I think option B would be livable. I think that you're in a market where it's a natural reduction in gaming machines anyway. Option C does just seem to be sensible though, because it's the status quo policy and there's nothing that's happened in the last 3 to 4 years to justify any sort of sudden change. And if we have a capacity for 87 machines, it enables machines to grow slightly over time as the population grows. It enables our funding to increase slightly to meet the increased demand. So that's why we support the option C over option B. And in relation to the other question, as far as the clusters go, I was here when the gentleman presented that slide. I think from memory he said 41% of the machines were in the CBD. I would have thought the CBD was the most appropriate place to have the machines. But your caps address that, where you've had more restrictive caps in areas where you think it's less desirable to have the machines.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you, Jared. My question was about local impact. I was wondering how much money you collect from people in the high social deprivation areas, talking about Beremport, Strathmore. Do you have any numbers on you about that?
No, I don't have any breakdown on revenue based on particular suburbs, no.
Okay.
Thank you. We did have a few more questions, but we ran out of time, but we are actually running quite ahead of time. So is everyone in agreement to have a couple more questions? Councillor Sparrow. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, you talked about exclusion for problem gamblers and the training given to staff. Can you tell us what are the behaviours that staff look for to identify problem gambling, and what do they do about it?
Yeah, so our staff follow the Health Promotion Agency guidelines, so we look for a range of factors. The first one obviously is time spent. If people spend more than 3 hours on a machine and they're looking at doing that multiple times, that would certainly be a red flag. If they were unhappy, if they were showing signs of distress, that would be a flag. If they're coming up and making multiple transact withdrawals and those withdrawals are were declined, if we have any comments from friends or family that express a concern. We look at all of those factors and we put them together, and if we see 2 or more general signs of problem gambling, that would warrant some form of intervention. Or if we saw one sign of what we call a strong sign of gambling, such as leaving the kids in the car, then that would warrant an instant intervention and that person being barred from the venue.
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Jared. Just coming back to the point about the Wellington's low rate of problem gambling harm, and I'm just wondering, particularly given the submission we heard before you, what do you consider an acceptable level of problem gambling in Wellington?
I think you'll always have problem gambling. Even if you removed all the machines, there would always be problem gambling. The point is, it's really a matter of striking a balance. Do we have, at the one end of the spectrum, do we have an open slather where you go for your like and we have no caps, no limits, and it's just a total free market system? Or do we, at the other end of the spectrum, do we have a system where we say, no, we're going to phase these machines out, they're not allowed to relocate, we're going to go down to zero? And what I'm saying is perhaps we should be striking something closer to the middle, given that your problem gambling rate, both nationally, is very, very low, and locally it's low compared to other cities.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Obviously, we do know that different councils do things differently. You're working right across the country,
yes.
Are you? So, have you? I mean, do you think it's fair for individual councils to sort of be doing this level of policy? And should we be expecting more from central government in terms of big policy stuff and guidance?
Yeah, I think you raised a good point. The problem is, as councillors, you probably feel obliged to do something because you feel you need to do something to, not to say it in a bad way, but to look good.
Yeah.
But the reality is that the Department of Internal Affairs, the Health Promotion Agency, Problem Gambling Foundation, and everyone has worked so hard to make these machines as safe as possible that there's relatively little further that you could do. I could spend the next half hour rattling off every mechanism we've already got in place, as far as limiting the bets, limit the machine having a locking up and saying you've spent 25 minutes on the machine. This is how much money you've lost. This is how long you've played the machine. We have a raft of harm minimisation measures that are already in place that are world leading. And that's really the Department of Internal Affairs' job. And they do a very good job at regulating us. We're the most highly regulated industry in the world. You've got a very blunt tool, whether you have a cap or sinking lid. And if you impose a sinking lid, as we've seen, we've already wiped a quarter of the machines off. Hasn't changed the problem gambling rate.
Yeah, so this is a big social policy that's really should be set at a national level. I mean, would you agree on that? That's
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, Jared. Thank you for coming in and sharing your perspective with us today. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm going to ask Niall Miller from TAB. I know that you're not meant to be speaking till 4:25, but you're here and it's a good opportunity. We're really well ahead of time. Thank you. So you've got 10 minutes, and as you can imagine, there might be some questions within that time.
Not a problem. Good afternoon. My name is Niall Miller from the TAB. We were previously called the New Zealand Racing Board, and we are a statutory body founded under the new Racing Industry Act 2020, which was passed back in August. We offer the New Zealand wagering market. Every bet placed with New Zealand with the TAB is a return to either the New Zealand racing industry or the national sporting body for which the sport is bet on. Every year we return around about $170 million to New Zealand, mainly to the New Zealand racing industry and the national sporting organisations, in the hope that that money trickles down to grassroots. We are obviously one of the 2 approved online offerings in the country, along with the Lotteries Commission. Might be some questions coming my way around that. The TAB invites the council to roll over the existing policy, option C. We don't believe in we don't support a sinking lid policy. Option B is a viable option, as a close second place. However, we are concerned that there is a clause there to remove the wording around a designated area of which the TAB doesn't hold a liquor licence, so we would like that kept within the policy. We believe the current 2015 Wellington City Council is reasonable. As Jared has just mentioned, there are a plethora of government regulations that are in place that make these venues safe. There are rules around the machines, rules around the venues, rules around the operations, and as it's been stated before, the problem gambling rate in New Zealand is incredibly low by an international standard at 0.2% of the adult population. Gaming machines have declined naturally over, or since the introduction of the Gambling Act in 2003. Most importantly, there is no direct correlation between gaming machines and problem gambling numbers. The current restrictions are accelerating the migration of spending to online, overseas, offshore, internet-based gambling, and that's probably where we're most concerned. We've crunched some numbers, and we believe in the last 12 months, New Zealanders have spent $580 million on offshore websites. We are mainly concerned from a wagering point of view, because that's obviously a market share loss for us, and we would like to get that back. And we believe that split is 123 million for wagering and around 450 million for casino type games, which are exactly the same as a physical poker machine. The online casino game market of $453 million is around about a 50% increase from the previous 12 months, and up 40% on a 3-year compound annual growth rate. This is money that's obviously lost to New Zealand. There's no taxes on it, and it's done in an unregulated, unsafe environment. Of particular interest is this has been trending upwards for quite a while. From our point of view, the online wagering market share has been clawed back, which is good for us. It's good for the New Zealand racing industry. But obviously, as you can see there on the graph, the spend on online casino games has just accelerated in the last 3 to 4 years. We've also estimated that New Zealand has spent $139 million in the quarter to July and $119 million in the quarter to April 2020. Now, these are obviously COVID-impacted quarters, and these represent a mammoth 133% growth for the previous July quarter and 67% up on the April quarter in 2019. So people sort of saying that people weren't gambling during COVID is quite wrong. We had people betting on our online services for any sport that was happening happening around the world. Not that there was a lot of them. Obviously, and our concern is that this is basically taking gambling from a safe online environment that we provide. We provide tracking on all our online accounts. Customers are more than welcome to place limits on how much they are allowed to spend or how much they're allowed to lose, and we can easily monitor things. And from a Class 4 point of view, these are heavily regulated venues, and when you see the migration to an online space, that all goes into an uncontrolled, unregulated environment, and there's no taxes, there's no benefits, and it's just there's no protections for customers basically. I am open to any questions.
Great, we've got a few. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. It's probably following on from my vein of questioning before to the previous speaker, but as the TB, have you been in any discussions with central government on replacement funding, and in particular to charities and sports groups, etc., if rules around gambling and gambling machines were put into place?
From Class 4 point of view?
Yeah.
Yep. Not particularly. We are interested in where things are sort of heading, but we haven't had any direct conversations with them.
Right, so there's been no suggestion that they would perhaps put funding in to replace funding that might be lost through other mechanisms?
No, I mean, from our point of view, our wagering business is 90% of what we do. Our gaming is around 10%. So obviously, from a wagering point of view, we're very concerned. That's the racing industry employs directly or indirectly about 48,000 people across the country. So we need to make sure that those people are well funded. From a gaming point of view, we do use the majority of the money to help the racing industry as well, and we have a 20% sport funding. So. If we were to lose money in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't be the biggest impact.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks for your submission. Do you know what the breakdown is between the amount of money that you raise that goes to the racing industry and the money that goes to the sporting organisations?
It is around about 135 million to racing and 15 to the national sporting organisations. So there are a handful of national sporting organisations that do very well because they're well bet on sports, and there are other sports that don't receive a lot of sort of commission.
Apologies for my ignorance. So most people are betting, when they bet, they're betting on horses? On a wide range of...
Yes, yeah. The most bet on is thoroughbred racing, followed by harness, followed by greyhounds, and then sport is about it's about an 80-20 split racing sport. But if you were to bet on a basketball game and you lost, then part of that money goes towards New Zealand basketball. Yeah.
Councillor Conti.
Thanks. I was just wondering how you made those estimates of the online gambling, because obviously that's quite a difficult thing to do.
Yes, being an international bookmaker has its advantages. We have business relationships with other bookmakers across the world. As I said, we're very interested from a wagering point of view, and when we apply that algorithm to online gambling, and especially .coms, that's the numbers that we've crunched.
Are we able to see kind of the detail behind that, or is that proprietary?
Yes.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, thank you. It's been interesting. But this issue that keeps coming up about the online gambling, especially the offshore online gambling, seems to me to be a slightly bigger problem than the one we're discussing today. So my question is, it keeps coming up as a reason why we shouldn't change what we're doing, but has the industry collectively made submissions to central government to do something about all this money that's going in such an uncontrolled way offshore, and sometimes not with people losing money because there's an unreliable payout going on?
Not that I know of.
And yet it's being raised as a big concern.
Yeah, it was probably a question better for Jared, because we're not part of the Gaming Machine Association, so they represent the majority of the industry. So he would have been in a better position to answer that question.
Maybe it's one I can fire off to him subsequent to this.
Yep.
But thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. We've come to the end of our time now, but thank you very much for coming in to talk to us today. What's that, sorry? Are you happy to go? Well, yeah, we do. So, Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you.
I'm just interested in the offshore online gambling and whether that's meant that there aren't kind of as many private bookies operating in New Zealand. Do you have a sense of that, or is that sort of so undercover that it's hard to measure?
Bookmaking is illegal in New Zealand unless it's by the TAB. But I mean, we would prefer people to bet with the TAB.
You know, I know it's not illegal, but obviously it's happened for a long time. So, but do you have a sense of whether offshore online gambling has reduced illegal bookies?
Yes, because when you are betting with an overseas, you are betting with an international bookie. I mean, Bet365, William Hill in Australia, they target New Zealand market, and that's where we want our market share back.
Well, ngā mihi, Niall, that is all our questions now, so thank you for coming in. Councillors, just before we go to a break, we need to vote to extend the meeting because we're going beyond 6 hours. So I was just wondering if I will move that. Yeah, you can vote against it, but that will be a little awkward for us. So Councillor O'Neill, you can second that and we will vote on that now. You can tell the people that they can't come then. Well, we're going to have a decent break now, that's what I'm about to tell you. So, I think Councillor Sparrow hasn't gone through.
Oh, I did. What, you're betting on it, are you?
Can we ask Brad to come in early? We've asked him if we can.
It's Abby or Brad. Okay, so that is carried. Now, so we've got a break now till 3:55, so if you can make sure you're back by 3:55 for the rest of the submissions. 1, 2, 3. There's 4 submissions after that. There's 4 submissions to come after 3:55.
Oh, that's not
so, but you won't be Brad, come to the table. Thank you so much for being flexible and taking the time to come and talk with us today. You know this so well, I don't need to say anything else, so I'll let you get underway.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Kia ora and good afternoon, councillors. Representing Youth Council again. I do apologise. Our chair, Ella, was hoping to make it, but got rostered on to do some work this afternoon, and so appearing on behalf of the group, just wanted to say thank you to staff for coming along to Youth Council and outlining some of the discussion around gambling. I think that is, from our point of view, there's a lot of stuff that young people know, but there are also topics which we are interested in but don't know a huge amount about, and so that was really useful. So just wanted to highlight that from an advisory group point of view. Look, Youth Council's broad position is that we do support option A of the sinking lid, and broad and taking our, compared to Youth Council's normal submissions, relatively brief submission is read. We do note that there are some very harmful outcomes that come from gambling. We decided at Youth Council would do a little bit of a graphical exercise and noted that there's $40 million roughly in Wellington City that goes through every year in terms of gambling, and that is a significant amount of money that comes out of the community. And noting that from our point of view, this the issues that come from gambling do extend across the city, but we worry at points that there is the potential for Peter paying Peter to robbing Peter to pay Paul, rather, but that sometimes the money that we're taking away is coming from those who may be at the poorer end of the spectrum, and potentially going into those who may well be in a better position. And so just noting that one of the arguments that Youth Council discussed around what could be done around gambling was that by reducing the potential to gamble, there might be the risk of community funding. We recognise that, but at the same time, Youth Council formed the view that there is a greater issue at play there, and that if we're being held to ransom, if you will, by the funding of community services and similar, that wasn't actually the best outcome. So Youth Council does support a sinking lid policy. We'd note as well that as a territorial authority, council has some pretty limited levers, if any, to pull. And so I guess just noting we recognise that fact, and we'd encourage council, as I'm sure other submitters have done, and council has itself likely discussed, that continued discussion with central government, particularly around what more can be done, but also how to better integrate at a local level our problem gambling services and similar. Like I said, from a direct point of view, council only has certain levers, but has a huge pull in the community, and we'd love to see continued work on how we can best integrate those services and see council as a leading light in many regards there. But Youth Council does strongly support a sinking lid policy, noting that that is really the only option or the only leverage that council has to play with.
Great, kia ora, that was very clear. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Brad. Always a pleasure to have you in the perspective of the Youth Council and around the table. When this gambling issue was discussed, did any of the Youth Council talk about personal experiences that they'd had with families or friends that they knew of? Was any of that floated among the group?
Broad second and third hand knowledge is what I would say there. I'm not going to, highlight that we did have that discussion, but also if we did, I don't think I'd necessarily bring it up here. But there was certainly, I will say, there was discussion around what young people and our youth councillors know of and may have experienced or heard about second or third hand. And I think that did certainly play into it. Now, I say that from 2 points of view. The first one is gambling and its harms itself, but also where the proceeds of gambling go, and noting the huge community support that is provided through some of the money there. But the consensus very firmly from Youth Council was that the money that comes through in that avenue is a separate conversation, in a sense, to how the harms of gambling play out, and therefore what Youth Council observe should be thought about.
Kia ora, Councillor Pena Hespatai.
Kia ora, Brad. Thanks very much for coming in. Did the Youth Council do any thinking about alternative sources of funding, just given you're in the council family, and actually sources of funding would be good for the council too, because given we've only got a few tools?
Nothing in too much of a regard. I mean, I think part of that goes back to Youth Council noting that, that central government often devolves a lot to local councils, and I mean, even in the gambling space, DIA tells councils what it can and can't do in a sense, and holds some levers itself. So I think from Youth Council's point of view, someone else was the general perspective in terms of the funding there. I'm not going to lie, if Youth Council could come up with it, I'd be surprised that someone else hasn't thought about it. So no, I don't have any firm conclusions there, but I think it was the sort of thinking that it could come from wider outside. But also I think one of the discussions we did have, which may be worth touching on, is where that money goes. We know that a lot of it goes into sports. Now that's obviously important, particularly from an active and recreational point of view. I guess we were just worried that sometimes it seemed like the sports that might get it seem to be those pretty well-off sports, and so we were worried that the money went into those well-off sports as an example, and that is quite clearly where the money normally goes, and into sports, and therefore into higher some of those better-off sports. And the risk that we saw, particularly with a considerable number, as you'll see in our second graph, and the likes of Johnsonville Tower and similar, that money might be coming out of areas that could ill afford it in the first place. But yeah, no specific funding streams that I can try and point you towards right now. Apologies.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions, but thank you. Oh, we've got time. Did you have a question, Councillor O'Neill? Yes, please. Yes, there's time. Thank you.
Kia ora, Brad. My question was around, we've had a lot of sports and recreation organisations come to us today that talk about the value to young children as benefiting from millions of dollars taken in the gambling industry. What would you say to those people about the way that youth councils kind of played off those risks and looked at that situation?
Yes, I think Youth Council has tried as much as possible to divorce those a little bit, noting, and I guess just to step through this, noting the incredible work that those organisations do and the critical importance, particularly to young people, that sports and other opportunities have. But at the same time, it comes back to Councillor Foon's question around some of the experience that youth councillors have heard about, that the harms from gambling are considerable, and that those harms clearly outweigh the benefits that we get from the funding. And moreover, that Youth Council's sort of view was that if we have to continue with something that is causing such harm to contribute to these sporting options, then really that's not a sustainable future. And so we do need to think of alternatives, noting that may well be a tough conversation, but we also noted the very tough conversations that happen in homes across the country and in Wellington when gambling is in the picture. So it is going to be a thorny issue to work through, but we didn't see that ensuring that funding stream continued outweighed the harm that may well come through, as well as the point that with a sinking lid policy, it does not cut off gambling immediately, but it does signal the path downwards, and therefore it also provides time for us to reposition that funding and think about alternative streams when we can.
Kia ora, Brad, thank you. It's very helpful to have your perspective and that of Youth Council. Thank you. So we're now going to go to Saya Lealea from the Wellington Fijian Pastors group, and I see that you've got people with you, and you're welcome to all come up to the table and support Saya. Thank you. There's some chairs just around here as well. So you have 10 minutes, and there will likely be some questions from councillors, so if you can leave a little bit of time at the end for questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a start, Councillor Day, and just to greetings to all of you councillors, and it's a wonderful privilege for me and the Fijian Pastors group from Wellington who are here to speak to our submission, which I hope you've already received. And I'll very briefly hand over to them just to introduce who they are and from what denominations they represent here before I speak very briefly to our written submission and then perhaps take any questions from councillors. If I can hand over to my elder here just to introduce himself very briefly.
Thank you. My name is Sakius Reviko. I've been here like 40 years in Wellington, but I got saved in the church. When I arrived, I was an alcoholic, 3 years on the road in Wellington until I met Christ. and changed me. That's why I'm here. I'm 67 years old now. Still looking young because of Christ.
You see that I'm belongs to the Salvation Army, but I come here on behalf of the Fijian Pastors of the community that we live here in Wellington. I'm here because I would like to say thank you for allowing for that we can share some of our thoughts about what the gambling can affect on some of the people that we know that it affect them. It's sometimes the gambling is there's a positive, there's a negative, but we're coming on the positive side because some of our family are very, very distressed and very, very in a way of money-wise. They use it for gambling, and then after that, they have only one loaf of bread to feed the family, which is not helpful at all. Because most of our Pacifica people, they do have a gambling in some ways of life. So I just want to say, we totally know that there is a negative and a positive of this thing, but we are in the positive, and we believe that doesn't help with some other family. It might help some other family, but it doesn't help the whole community that we live in it. Because some people are on crisis, some people are going through mental because they use something else within it they're not supposed to be using on it. That's some of the things that I would like to share on behalf of the Fijian pastor here. There is a positive and a negative, but we come on the positive side of it. Thank you very much for allowing this time.
Reverend Sitibeni Tuinasau. I'm the senior pastor of the Kingdom Ambassadors International Fellowship based in Lower Hutt in Pitoni. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the council for allowing us to come over and share a few lights concerning the topic that we have been discussing concerning the gambling that has been. We agree with the council of implementing the sinking lead policy. We agree into that. Reason being, I was just being reminded with what Ezekiel the prophet stated in the Bible, which clearly states, once you see the sword coming out into the land, it is very important as servant of God for you to blow the trumpet of the consequences that will happen if you do not blow the trumpet. If people hear it and obey in it, they will be saved. But if they hear it and they do not obey in it, their life will be entirely up to them. So we are here blowing the trumpet, agreeing with the council of implementing the sinking lead policy against gambling because of the consequences that we all know that will come to the family as a whole. A lot of things that is happening into the community. And I do believe you are also here being appointed by God at this point in time because it is very crucial. The decision that we will be making today, it will depending on our future for tomorrow. And whatever we will decide, whatever we will agree, whatever we will write as a policy, it will also determine the future of New Zealand as a whole, and especially for us here in Wellington. And we are here to come and state that we don't agree with the gambling thing, but we agree with the implement of sinking in lead policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. I've been indeed. We have been facing a lot of challenges in our drive towards getting us together. We still have that culture shock as Fijians. Back at home, we live together in villages and it's easy to administer our churches. Here, one of the challenges, as you know, most of us has come for work visa. and we've been staying around our status in as far as the PR and citizenship. They're still working towards it. And we are having that challenges of trying to group us together. We have formed an association so that it helps us to put us together. We've been trying to drive in some cultural issues, language issues. Those are some of the challenges. And then opening, well, yes, we all know our contribution towards the economy and to the New Zealand, both in the workforce and in rugby. Yeah, I would say rugby is one of the places that we featured well to. We don't want our social structure to be disturbed by other means. The gambling is quite foreign to us. It's not in Fiji. We don't have any gambling license in Fiji. So that introduction is going to be a challenge for us. So we are just pleading and appealing that if you can consider just the idea of implementing sinking lead policy, that one will be supporting. Thank you.
Naka, thank you. If I can just speak, I mean, the Fijian population in Wellington region would be, had the intended census was probably done, would have been close to 5,000. In Wellington City, in the last census 2013, just over 1,000. But a lot of these pastors and elders are in churches with very young people. A lot of young generation, the Pacific population is very youthful, and certainly in Wellington. And these are the group that they very much have in mind when we think about gambling policy. And it's not a total ban on gambling, it's responsible gambling. And we know that Pacific women, for instance, have their own vision of gambling. But gambling for gambling's sake is something that we as a group are not in favor of. So an incremental approach that the council has taken here with the sinking lead policy is something we totally agree with. Now, the other issue that we would like to raise is the regulation of this particular area. I think it is time that the council, the TLAs, territorial local authorities, have a responsibility for it rather than central government, where it rests at the moment. DIA, for instance, it makes sense to locate it at TLA's level because they're much closer to the community and where the impact of gambling occurs. So I think in addition to the sinking lead policy, some real questions about where to locate some of the regulatory powers to be able to do something. And of course, the ability to be able to act and react right away to mitigate the consequences of gambling, negative gambling, I think would be much more prudent to locate it within the territorial local authorities as opposed to central government. I think that's something I want to put forward for serious consideration. May not have been addressed here, but in terms of the mechanics of how this would work, that is something we would also add. Because for the pastors here, they represent their own churches, and of course the young people. We've just finished Fijian Language Week in the first week of October, and we had a camp out in Pororua, and the young people who were there, and as we look at them, we see they are the future of Wellington. Now, as far as Fijian access to some of the funding from gambling, other than those who are members of rugby clubs and sports clubs, not many of Fijian community members get to access funding, okay, other than the ones, of course, the gambling through Lotto and so on, perhaps DIA, but not that many access funding through what's gained from some of the gambling that's provided at this level. So with that in mind, we very much support the council's option for the sinking lead policy. So with that, we lay before the council table our submission and happy to answer any questions. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the time, but I'll allow one question from Councillor Matthews. Thank you.
Bula Vinaka.
Bula Vinaka.
We had a submission earlier today from Mapumaya about a very high correlation between Pasifika population in Wellington and the number of pokie machines in those areas. And I just want to ask you, how does it make you feel that your congregations are being made more in your communities being sort of targeted in that way?
Well, let me just first and quickly hand over to Pastor Joe Serevi, who with Salvation, deals with people on a day-to-day basis with those. As we know in Wellington, some of us are already fighting dairies to sell alcohol, let alone supermarkets. So this is just an additional issue problem for our community. So it is of a big concern, let alone be close to schools. So some of us live out in the eastern suburbs, know exactly where those the guilty parties are. But we think that an incremental approach around this, dealing with the licensing regime, as far as the issuing new licenses and so on and so forth. So very briefly, if I could ask Captain Joe Serevi from Salvation Army.
Thank you. I think this is my second time here, as you all know. I think the things that happens within the churches, we're worried about our young youth and our young families, all Pacifica. It's going that way. It's become more that they're looking for money. They think gambling is all about money. They're thinking that gambling is gonna give them more more surviving, but it's not. Some of the houses that I visit, only one is working, or two is working. The rest, nothing. They are going with what they got. But it's for them to, the generation to come, we are filling in a way of the generation to come that they will not gonna be doing more focusing to go to the gambling and to make more money, because money doesn't give them what life is all about. They need to have experience in life. They need to have a little bit of a train to be what life is all about. Gambling doesn't help them. That's why we are agreeing with you, councillors. Please do think of our generation and do think of the future of our Wellington community. Our congregation, we do not want our congregation to go towards that. We're living in a Western world of culture. We come here, we didn't come here just to have those things. We come here to have a better life. And to know that our children can have a better future. That's all I would like to say, Council. And thank you very much.
Vinaka, thank you so much for coming in today to share your experiences. It's really good to see you and to hear from you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, councillors. And God bless you all.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Marlene Levine from the Wellington Jewish Community Centre. Welcome, Marlene. Thank you, Marlene. So you've got 10 minutes, and there could be some questions. So if you want to allow a bit of time, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay. Kia ora. Thank you very much for letting me speak here. I want to introduce myself a little bit before I get to the meat, because I'm really worried that you'll think of this, you'll remember it as a submission from some random old lady from America. I want you to know that just my background, my family came to the United States as Holocaust survivors after World War II. As quite young adults, my husband and I came to New Zealand in 1975. My husband had a lectureship at Victoria University. Our 3 children were born here. We kind of loved it here. We never thought that we would live in New Zealand, but once the family started coming along, there was no place else to go, in our opinions. And time has only increased my feeling that that was the right thing to do. So our children and our 4 grandchildren, all Kiwis, just so you know. Most of my career has been, well, started off teaching and research at Victoria, but most of my career was as a researcher in the social welfare arena of the New Zealand Public Service. So I retired a little while ago, and in the course of transitioning, I got very active in the Holocaust Centre of New Zealand and also the Wellington Jewish Community Centre, and now I am the chair. And I hope you understand what it means to be elected the chair of a community centre. It means that no one else would do it. So just so we're clear. So our community centre was founded in 1843 as the Bethel Congregation. It's shrunk, the numbers have shrunk, the numbers of active participants have shrunk, and not everyone is in a position to pay the full subs, so we've frequently run into some money problems. We're located at 80 Webb Street. Most of our facilities are helping the very young and the very old in the community, but we're also increasingly becoming a venue for other communities of faith, for interfaith groups, and for interethnic community groups. I'm here, first of all, I've listened to a couple of the submissions now, and I read another one from the Anglican Church, and I have to say I'm very moved by the difficulties that people experience in their communities with problem gambling. I'm here, you will see that my submission is in favor of not changing the current system, the current policy, and it's because I want to support the Lion Foundation because they have supported us in so many ways. When we've been absolutely strapped for cash, they've stepped in, and this stuff that we would not have been able to do, like put in a front door and mend the roof which was leaking, without their help. So I personally am not a fan of the gambling, and I would support any way of usefully reducing the impact of problem gambling in society. My personal feeling, though, is that there is value in government and charities getting some revenue from gambling. If gambling exists, and there are increasing opportunities for it online, where there is no oversight of the activity and there is no revenue, from a policy perspective, I'm worried that sinking the lid on pokies in the city may not have the impact that we want it to have on reducing public problem gambling. And I just want to end by saying that I'd be pleased to give any of you a tour of the Wellington Jewish Community Centre, of the synagogue, the Holocaust Centre of New Zealand, and the Maori Kindergarten. You just have to ask. It would be my privilege and pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lovely invitation. Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions? I think you've been very articulate. Thank you, Marlene, for sharing your perspective.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you taking the time to come in. And now I'd like to welcome Kate Day from Anglican Advocacy. And Baby, and John Luke. Yeah. Thank you. So, family support. Thank you, Kate.
Hey everyone. No doubt you're excited to end your long day. Yeah, really, really grateful to have the opportunity to share with you. So yeah, Kate Day, and I work for Anglican Advocacy, which comes under the umbrella of the Anglican Church in the region of Wellington. And I want to speak in support of a sinking lid, vehemently in support. And I want to give some context from my background work also with the Anglican Church in the Diocese of Christchurch, where I worked from about 2012 to about 2014. And at that time, we were campaigning on a bill before Parliament called the Gambling Harm Reduction Bill, and that was recommending a number of measures to reduce gambling harm. And a standout memory from that period of work was going along to the oral submissions in Christchurch to support a friend who was speaking about the childhood impacts that her mother's gambling had had on her, which was quite a moving thing in itself. But what stuck with me more than that from the day was the several hours that we spent there listening to group after group after group, like you have, of amazing people doing really awesome and necessary work in the community, dependent on pokies funding. And coming from the perspective we were of trying to reduce gambling harm, it was extremely eye-opening about just what a mess we've got ourselves into. We've tied together two things that should never be tied together: an absolute vice and essential community work. And because those things are tied together, your decision is really difficult, and the work to reduce gambling harm is, I would submit, near impossible. So that's the context that I come from. I've listened into a few of the submissions today, but so maybe. I'd like to respond to a few of the points. We're really in a real pickle here. And so first of all, let's not forget that pokie machines are state-of-the-art addictive technology designed to addict a harmful machine that should not be in any community. It's a side benefit that they are fun for some people. We've got to the situation where we have community groups defending it, and we've also got to the position, I'll update you on the passing of that bill. It was weakened down so significantly that the people who initially supported it said that it had become wrongly named. It was called the Gambling Harm Reduction Bill. They said that's no longer a true name, and they asked the MP who submitted it to withdraw it. But unfortunately, it was passed in its weakened form, and it's just one example of the many of the lobbying power of this industry to defend itself. And that is exactly what you've seen today. So I just think we need to name that. And I want to speak from the perspective of a campaigner who has tried to reduce campaigning harm, to suggest what you might need to do in response to that. I also just want to give some context about my experience of pokies trusts has been, I found them very non-transparent. And so while they are supposedly non-profit organisations, and I'm speaking in a blanket term, and I'm sure there's a huge variety, there's a huge number of groups, but it's very difficult to see how they make their decisions. It's very hard to tie down money that comes from one area to any particular benefit in that area, but particularly how a decision's made. And so we're talking about a system that funds a huge number of our community groups with very little scrutiny of it. And the result of that is that people paid by that system, the supposedly non-profit system, to represent that system, well, actually to defend it, can come and stand before a group like you guys, and all they need to do is mention the name of one affiliated or group that you care about. They don't even need to make a threat. The very fact that they're in the room is a threat, because we don't know how they make their decisions. And if they decide not to give money to a particular group, no one can challenge that. No one can even, who knows why they made that call. And that's a real threat to our democratic system, and something that you guys have the role of pushing back against. So to sum all of that up, we're in a pickle that leaders like yourselves need to get us out of. As a result of the situation we're in, councils like yourselves have very little power. To be honest, if you want to eliminate gambling harm from Wellington, good luck to you. You would have to take a baseball bat to the machines. You don't have that power because of the way things are. And so you're left with a very small amount of power. Yeah, all I want to say to you is grab it and use it to the as far as you can go. So relocations and mergers, if you can ban them, ban them. TABs must be included. Use the full breadth that you can of a sinking lid policy. The arguments that it's going to dry up money overnight are simply not true. Even an earthquake didn't wipe them out in Christchurch. It's just not. It's a slow change. And the arguments as well that it doesn't actually reduce gambling harm or the takings from pokies. Of course it will when we get to zero. Those findings are because we've only slightly reduced them in a few places. We're on the way. When they're gone, the harm from pokies, which is the most addictive form of gambling, will be gone. So your window of opportunity is now. Your power is small. Please use the power that you have. Use it to the full extent of your ability. Adopt a strong sinking lid. Thanks.
Kia ora. Thank you, Kate. We've got a pātaia question from Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said about not being very transparent, because already today we've had a threat.
I heard that.
That they won't be funding any Wellington City Council connected charities or organisations, but they don't want to make that public. When they were challenged, I think Fleur very usefully said, well, if you're serious about that, put that right out there now. And no, we don't want to do that. So the threat is for us privately. But it could, but as you said, so what do you make of that?
As an Anglican-affiliated organisation, we had similar challenges. Sections of the Anglican Church receive pokies funding. We all make decisions, and there's a huge number of decision-making bodies, and it was risky for us as an Anglican organisation to speak to reduce gambling harm because of the backroom decisions that might affect other parts of our organisation. And that's not how you want to run a funding model. Absolutely not. And it's, we've got to dismantle the system, and you guys are part of that.
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you so much, Kate. I'm interested sort of to tease out a little bit more of that, because today has been quite interesting, because by and large we've had submissions strongly against a sinking lid from organisations and submissions in favour of a sinking lid from individuals or from faith-based. So yeah, I'm just kind of interested in what your read is about what's going on there.
I think the the trusts have rallied their membership to protect the hand that feeds them. I mean, I don't blame them at all, because it's hard. It's just really hard work to run a community organisation. It's really hard, but that doesn't legitimise, a system that perpetuates harm.
Councillor Calvert.
Oh yeah, it's just what you said. So does the Anglican group, do they receive funding from?
In Christchurch, where I was doing that campaigning, there were other parts. All churches make their own decisions.
Yeah.
And so there was at least one, because they raised concerns with us.
Right. Okay. And so have you had what discussions have you had with central government? With the government departments that oversee the high level government gambling legislation.
Well, in 2013, my little section down in Christchurch was involved at that time. I don't know of any Anglican organisations currently doing that. I'm really excited about the work the Salvation Army is leading to have a spotlight on how community groups are funded. And that's necessary work that needs to happen at the same time, but it doesn't take the decision off the table for you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, thank you, Kate. I think your submission today is really poignant to wrap up the day that we've had. You've really hit the nail on the head in the position that we are in. And so accepting that if we can do one thing right now, we've got your clear instruction on that. But just what would be the next instruction or, direction or opportunity that you could see? Because we're clearly all very concerned about how our community groups are funded. And so what is something you would see having a national and a historic journey with this what would be the next step we could do as a council to change the system, apart from the one step you've advised us to do?
Really great question. I think the Problem Gambling Foundation is the best group to direct that question to. I would keep an eye on that campaign to look at how community funding is done and if there's any ways for you guys to speak up in that. Yep.
Well, kia ora, Kate, and thank you. I also agree. It's really helpful that you acknowledge the challenge that everyone faces. So thank you. It helped to sort of finish off our day on that one. But yeah, we do have some big challenges ahead of us, and we've got to keep being brave. So thank you.
Yeah, kia ora koutou.
Thank you. Yeah.
And thanks for bringing Wilfred.
Thank you. So, councillors, what we do now, because we are going to continue with the submissions next Thursday, we're going to adjourn the meeting. So I move the motion that this committee adjourns the meeting till 2:30 on Thursday the 5th of November. And at that stage, we will thank and acknowledge the submitters then. But I'd like to thank the people who have come in today for the time that they've taken. Whatever their perspectives, it's important that we get the opportunity to hear from everybody. So thank you for that. So I need a seconder for this. Thank you, Councillor Condi. And if we can have open the vote to this, or thank you. Yeah, that's very kind of you. Thank you. We'll sleep well tonight, won't we? But thank you, Councillor Young. That's very kind. I got confused with the vote. So, Councillor Calvert, can you vote? Okay, so that's been carried. So we will be meeting again for this at 2:30 on Thursday, but we do have a meeting on Wednesday for other submissions. The Planning for Growth Spatial Plan. So we enjoy hearing from the public. So, itu I te karakia. Unuhia ki te urutapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū. Koe ara e rongo, whakaaerea ake ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you very much to the staff too.